he had some problems last time.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd bring something just as a backup in case there's any more problems. Just a video.
It's Bill. There's always going to be problems.
That's for sure.
In case there's any more problems. When the problem.
There's new hangers, that you can use if you want.
Oh,
For what?
for your
Your
jacket.
coat, jacket, or hat.
No, that's all right.
Yeah.
Unless we get crowded.
Oh, of course, it's going to be crowded. Okay. Is he on?
Looks like nobody's on. You and me, that's all. Oh, Jose just appeared.
Okay, good.
Jose Castro.
Okay.
All right. What are we doing, Bill?
Oh, I sent you an email. Electricity.
Electricity. All right. You pretty good with electricity, Ben?
Yeah, I guess. Put together some,
Household electric is
yeah,
pretty easy.
put together some circuit boards, computers.
Yeah. But I mean,
Sometimes I did some soldering.
yeah, but checking somebody's electrical. Like I went to school, I could figure out
Mm-hmm.
circuits and, but then looking at somebody's house and how it's wired, it's a little, you can understand it. Let's see, YouTube is pretty good for that.
Mm-hmm.
How to wire up a panel, and then sometimes you want to know if a panel is big enough for a house. Say it has a 100-amp panel.
To say hello to Jose.
Oh.
Okay.
Hello, Jose.
I gotta cut the volume here.
Yes, sir.
Hmm. Yeah, Bill just wanted to make sure you're there.
Yeah, I'm here. I saw
Oh, wait, Bill,
before dropped before.
Yeah.
I got your email. But I don't have the link.
I am here.
Should have it.
Can you hear me?
I hear you, yeah.
I don't have,
Oh, okay. Perfect. Just making sure.
it says electricity, but there should be a link to it.
Yeah, of course. I gotta send it again. That's strange.
Oh, yeah, so you must have sent it because other people are on.
He sent it in the email.
Yeah, but I don't have it.
Send it again.
Yeah.
Copy and paste, that's all. Or he could connect on here.
Do this for me because I want to get him on right away. Okay. It's
So we need to
It's
copy
already
from
been
here.
saved, yeah,
Okay, you have it copied?
yeah,
Now you have to
should.
go to your email. Your email's, this is your email, right? Why are you opening your downloads? What's that going to do?
No, I was gonna send the forms to,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought we were doing a meeting.
well, you didn't get the form from last week.
Okay. Attach file. Now, which one do you want to send?
I don't want to send.
Do you know what you have to send?
Yeah, but I don't know it that way.
What do you want me to help you with?
Okay. Go back to,
The email page?
Yeah,
Oh,
email page, okay? All right,
well, we got the link
So-
for the class here, right? Or
Right.
whatever this is.
but so you can,
You could paste it in.
you can, yeah, see if it still holds. Then,
Well, when I did paste, this is what appears. So that's what's in your clipboard. Paste. That's what's in your paste.
okay,
So
so
it's not the.
in other words, yeah, okay. So then you have to,
It's not a form.
let me see.
I could do it all for you if I knew where you saved it.
Well,
Yeah.
he emailed you, Ben, right?
Yeah.
And you had the link, you could forward that.
But now he's saying
Yeah, do that.
he wants to send more than just the link. He wants to send the form with it.
I don't need a form, I just need the link to get on it.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you could forward it to me.
I can
Right.
forward it to you.
Yeah.
Right.
How are the Cooney guys doing? Have we
Okay.
spoken to them much lately?
Joe, a little bit.
Is he still around here? Or he
don't know.
travels a lot.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know what, he was working on his house for a little bit.
Working on a what?
His house, he's
Oh.
sold his house and bought a house down the
Yeah,
block.
yeah, I
A
remember. you
fixer
told me.
upper and he's working on that.
Yeah.
Sent it?
Where do you want me to email it? What's your email?
Oh, EW Inspector at Gmail.
EW Inspector.
At Gmail.
PECTOR.
Yeah.
INSPECTOR.
Yeah. Sent it?
Sent it, yeah.
Mhm.
You really don't need to use it to email. It's
Oh,
not
there
very-
it comes. I got it. Yeah.
You got it?
Yeah.
Just
Yeah, I know. Didn't have didn't have that, didn't send me the link. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so I have to make you organizer.
Okay. Hello, Jose.
Hello.
I'm gonna do electricity tonight.
All right.
Yeah. I guess once you're familiar with it, it's not that hard. How long you been inspecting houses for, Jose?
I've been about 8 years now.
Yeah, so we're not coming across anything new in electric, right? The only thing I always say, it's not like inspecting a roof. When you go up on the roof, you go in the attic, you inspect the roof, and then the roof is done. Electric is not like that. You have electric in the yard, you have it on the outside of the house, you have it in the garage, you have it in the basement, you have it on the first floor where the kitchen and bathrooms are. Particularly, you have it in the attic, you have it in crawl spaces. So the electric is never done from the time you get there. And then when you leave, you should have it all done.
Mm.
But it's not like a lot of other things. So like even when you do the heat, there's no heat outside usually. And then you turn on the heat and you see it run, and you see, depending on the system, you see how it's vented, direct vent, chimney vent, how the draft is, and the flame, and then you check like heat is circulating through the baseboards or radiators, whatever you have, warm air heat, and then you're pretty much done with the heat, but not electric. I wonder if there's anything else. The sort of structure is like that, but even that, after a while, if you see no shift in deflection, stress anywhere on a house, outside, inside, and everything is kind of plumb and level, you don't.
Are they getting it now?
Oh, well, anyhow, I'm on, Bill, so. You can think that you have a good structure in good shape, in solid shape, and then go up in the attic and find that you have a couple of cracked or broken rafters. It happened to me. It wasn't easy to find. I just happened to be crawling in the attic and I noticed it. But I think what happened is that the last time these people did their roof, so the roof is in good condition, and the house is in good condition. But I think that the last person that did the roof boomed the bundles onto the roof and then tossed them on the roof. And cracked it, because I couldn't think of any other reason. Nobody's going to put a cracked rafter like that. And it was right in the middle of the rafter, probably where the bundles would go.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes, see, when you have floor joists that take too much of a load and they bend, or a girder takes too much of a load and it bends, and the floor's not level. Whatever it's supporting. And usually, like if the floor's not level, those walls are holding up the second floor. And when the it's got a dip in it, the wall comes down. So the second floor has deflection too. So these are noticeable. But electric, I think, I would say like almost like when you inside the house and you take the cover off the panel and you look at it, you have pretty damn good idea how that house is wired, how the electric is taken care of, and whether they're using professionals and licensed electricians. Once you take that cover off, there's so much that you could see in the cover that you can't see with the cover on.
Right.
You could see old wires, those old cloth wires. You probably had them in your house.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, they fray, and sometimes they deteriorate.
Sometimes the cloth just kind of falls off after a while.
It does. And what happens is, I think there's like a rubber, and that dries out and cracks, so the cloth comes off, and it's not holding rubber anymore. Then the rubber deteriorates. So it could really be bad. But you really can't see. You can see when you take the cover off, then you could see it, because sometimes the BX, it's armored cable, you can't actually see if it's plastic or that old cloth until you open the panel and see it, what was inside the armor.
Right.
I mean, sometimes you could suspect that you could see old BX and suspect it, but you really don't know until you take the cover off. Because sometimes, it was probably sometimes in the 1950s that we had the BX with the plastic. So that could be looking pretty old now. That's,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's 75 years old. Oh, so you could see that. You could also see the workmanship. Like, you probably saw some pictures. So you take the cover off, and it's like a bird's nest in there.
Yeah.
The wires all, you can't even work, and it's just crowded. You can't. You could see that. You could see, there's certain, and it's actually, I'm sure, a code, but when you bring that cable into the box, you leave a little bit of the sheathing, and then you strip it, and then you just have the black and white or red, black and white in the box. And like if you have circuit breakers, you never cross the box, you go round, and then they usually leave a little slack, so you could see what type of workmanship is going on in the box. And sometimes just from the disarray of wires in the box, sometimes you need a bigger box. It's crowded, it's full, it's you're not able to work. You want some more circuits in the house, you got to go somewhere because you're not getting any anymore. So you could see things like that. You could see aluminum wiring. With the cover off, it's very easy to tell if aluminum wiring is hooked up in a box. You look at the ground bar and you could see it, because ground bar is just a little screw. So if there's aluminum, you see the aluminum sticking out. You know what I mean?
Mm.
It's hard to see that on the circuit breaker, because if it's aluminum, it goes into the circuit breaker, and sometimes there's no metal to see. You just see the wire is into the circuit breaker, almost like this. But with the screw, you could see the other side, and then you could see the metal, see if it's aluminum. Not yet.
How do you know when it's aluminum? By looking at it?
Well, copper is copper color,
Uh-huh.
and aluminum is a silver color. Now, you have to be careful, because there's at one time in the past, like around the 1940s, they had tin wire
Oh.
that actually it was copper dipped in solder. So it looks silver, but not that bright like the aluminum. And not only that, you can usually see that the wires are old. Aluminum came out in 1965, 66, or somewhere around there. So, it's naturally all plastic and, no cloth. Right? So, like if you saw a cloth wire and silver and aluminum, it just never, ever went together. So by the time they did away with cloth, aluminum wasn't even out yet. So you'll never see that. You'll never see real old wire in it. You might see silver. That's tin. There is something that I know I saw once, maybe I saw it twice. A friend of mine sent me a picture not that long ago where it's copper-clad aluminum. And it has aluminum wire, and it has a copper cladding on the wire. So,
Like plated?
I guess so.
Yeah.
And And that's okay. They never had any problems with it. They never got that shrinkage or damage or overheating with that wire.
Hmm.
Just the household aluminum wire. Let's say you had a 60 amp wire, what I call the braided wire. A lot of times it's not the single strand, it's multiple strands, and it's like a number 6 wire or something. And it's aluminum, and it goes to the stove. I don't know of ever any problems with that. The aluminum wiring was a single strand. You know what I mean by single strand? It's like not multiple strands.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you see aluminum other than the single strand, it's probably okay. You know, let's say you could always take a picture and send a picture to an electrician, but they never had problems with it. They have problems with household wiring, and what they mean is, you know, 12 gauge. Maybe they had 10 gauge single strand aluminum.
And those are known to overheat.
Yeah, well, it's not only overheat. What happens is the delta T, the expansion and contraction with the temperatures that's really what happened. That's what started the fires. They didn't realize it, and I lived through that time. My friends that were electricians at that time were bringing the aluminum wiring home. It was lighter, it was faster, it was easier, it was okay. You know, they were bringing it into their own houses. They liked working with it. You know, it's easy to bend, but what happened is that when you hooked up the aluminum wiring and it got hot, it expanded.
Mm-hmm.
When it cooled, it contracted, expanded, contracted, would loosen behind the screw. Yeah, and it got hotter too. But I think the expansion contraction was more of a problem than overheating. I had a personal experience with. I had some aluminum wiring. My house in Comac was built before aluminum wiring. Let's say it was built in 1962. There was no aluminum wiring, but somebody must have done some renovations. You know, in like '69 or '70 or something, they used aluminum wiring, and you know, like maybe they did an upgrade to the kitchen or something. And one day, my wife had no juice at an outlet, and I went up to the attic, and from the wire heated up, the wires actually burnt. The aluminum wires.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe could have started a fire, some paper or combustibles on it, you know. Maybe they just would have burnt up. But no harm done. But what that's expansion contraction comes loose from the screw, it starts to spark. You know, so if it's near wood or near some combustible, and you'd be surprised, just 24 hours a day or something. You know, it looks like almost like a little tiny, you're welding or something, you know, it's a little tiny torch there going. So they started fires. Long Island was, you know, it was, again, I lived through it. Houses went on fire. The houses that were built with aluminum wiring, there was fires there. Not constantly on fire, but well, that's why, because of the fires, that's why they banned it.
Mm-hmm.
And they said that you had to pigtail. That was the correction. If you had aluminum wiring, you needed to get it pigtailed. Or you couldn't have your house built and it's built with aluminum wiring and use it and if something goes wrong, something goes wrong. No, proactively, you had to, at the end of the aluminum wiring, like at the terminal, so let's say at the outlet, you open the outlet box and you take that aluminum wiring and you pigtail a little piece of copper wire to it. And you cap it, and then you put the copper wire on the outlet.
Oh, okay.
And that solved it. And then they had another problem. The aluminum and copper electrolysis would form because they're different metals.
Right.
So corrosion would start in there and the aluminum would break, contact would be lost. So then they come up with a dielectric gel. And it's pigtail and gel.
Right.
And then I guess they came up with something. They're still evolving. They're still going through it. Anyhow, they came up with this connector called copper loom. And it was a connector that you put on the wires, the two different wires. And then there was a crimp tool with it. And then you would crimp, you're supposed to go to school for it or something. And then that was the way to pigtail. Now, if you go to Home Depot or you go to electric supply store, there's purple connectors, and that's for connecting aluminum to copper. And what happens in those purple connectors is the gel.
Mm-hmm.
Because sometimes when you have tradespeople and you give them instructions and you put gel on and you skip it. You know what I mean? Like, let's say you go in floor to floor and you run wires and then what happens? So you don't make a hole in the wires, loosen a hole, and then if there's a fire, the fire could go through the hole. You seal it up, but like fireproofing.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of times when people come and they make renovations or a trained person there, they're sloppy and don't do it. That's a human problem with some of these solutions that, you know, the people that are doing the craft,
And they don't.
they take shortcuts.
That's right.
They do it fast, or they're ignorant. They don't know. So, now, actually, when I first started inspecting houses, like that was maybe 1982, where I was really doing it a lot. Like that was my side job, and like I worked for somebody who said, "Yeah, you train me." You have to do home inspection. So aluminum was a big deal because they just stopped doing it in like 1974 or so, you know. So that was only 6-7 years later. So through the years, I went to lots of houses that were wired with aluminum wire. You take off the cover and you'd see, oh, there's 6 aluminum circuits, 7 aluminum. Now, when I inspect houses, almost all that aluminum is gone.
Mm-hmm.
Still have to know it, you still have to see it, you still have to identify it. It's almost all gone. Because whenever they renovated a house, they would get rid of it. There's hardly a house on Long Island that was built in '68 has the original kitchen. It's just not. They've all been renovated, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just recently had my house renovated, and the kitchen was like from the 40s or something.
So it only had like 2 circuits or something. They didn't have,
Mm-hmm.
you know, electric toasters and electric coffee makers and microwaves, and fryers, you know, mixers. They didn't have them.
Right.
They might have 2 circuits.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you have to have you could always read this, you look it up on YouTube, but you have to have an outlet, a space 4 feet apart on
Mhm.
a counter. That's a lot of outlets. Like an old kitchen might have one outlet on like 10 feet of countertop.
Yeah. My kitchen circuit was the same circuit as the bathroom and the hallway.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
But that's all the people did. It was lights. That's really what they used electricity for. No TVs.
That's right.
No, it was just lights. It's almost like a one circuit per floor for the lights. A little more than that, because they might have, bunch of outlets. So there was always a rule. You have so many outlets. So, and they even call light an outlet. It's a termination. But so many outlets per circuit. So it wasn't like you could wire up your old house with one circuit.
Hmm.
There was. But now those rules are much.
Safer.
Changed. It's always safety. It's always safety. Almost every rule is, this happened. Let's upgrade the code. Let's change it. Now, for example, this is really, really current. Those kitchen islands had to have a GFI outlet. Like if you had an island in your kitchen,
Hmm.
had to have a GFI. Now they don't want them. Not because of the GFI, but they don't want you to have a toaster or something like that on the counter and have a wire come and plug into an outlet. Because a kid could pull the wire and pull it down on himself.
Mm.
You notice all the kitchen, it's on the backsplash.
Hmm.
So that, not a safety factor, if it's kid can't reach on the counter and onto the backsplash. But he certainly could be running and playing and run into a wire and pull something down on himself from an island.
Yeah.
It's just so things, things change.
So now they want you to run an extension cord over to the island.
Yeah, that's why you can jump rope. Yeah. Well, I guess they want you to work on the other part of the county,
Right.
and just store something on that. Yeah. Chop your vegetables there.
Mm.
Some islands have a sink. You can make it a workspace, but turn around and do something with an appliance on the backsplash. Then GFIs. So when I first started inspecting houses, no GFIs. There was no GFI. Your older house never had a GFI. And then while I was still young, inspecting houses, they came out with a GFI outlet. We learned what a GFI outlet was, and the rule was anything within 3 feet of a sink had to be any outlet within the sink is here, within 3 feet of that sink, and you had an outlet had to be GFI protected.
Hmm.
Then they went to 6 feet.
Hmm.
And then they went to anything on a counter. And that was kitchen and bathrooms. Now it's any sink. So if you had a little bar sink or something, anything, they keep changing, make the rules more restrictive. And it gets a little carried away. Remember, you're 10 feet away from the sink. What's fucking wide a sink? You know what I mean? Like that. In fact, my whole entire life, I never heard of anybody getting killed in a house because the outlet wasn't GFI. Like, it doesn't scare me to this day. If I had an outlet in my bathroom, I wasn't GFI. Yeah, it would keep water away from it, you know what I mean? But do I, nobody that I know of, yeah, is gonna throw a toaster in the bathtub with me, you know. So, but there it is. So it's good if we know what's supposed to be there. Like sometimes I'll go in a bathroom in an older house. You can see the house is built in 1950. It didn't need a GFI. Sometimes I tell them, you know, it's good to put a GFI in the bathroom, you know.
Hmm.
When they renovate, they have to.
Right.
They have to.
Yeah, I didn't have any GFI until like two
Yeah, but
years
if you
ago.
renovate the bathroom, then you have to.
That's right.
Not paint. You could paint the bathroom, you know. Somebody could change your toilet, but if you renovate the bathroom,
When you open up the wall.
well, when you do any electric work,
Right.
it's a little got actually, a lot of times, what it was that, let's say you fixed up something in your kitchen. If you went over 50%, then you were exposed to the new code, whatever it is,
Hmm.
you know, 2015 or 2020, whatever the code they're using. Once you, even if you renovate your whole house more than 50%, house, yeah, it was kind of 50%.
Right.
Yeah. But to and then sometimes people ask you advice, say, get the codes from your village or county. Like Nassau County can have a code, and Limbrook could have a stricter code.
Hmm.
So sometimes you have to find out what the local regulations are, you know, and that's why we don't really cite the code, because we're in a different house every day, different village, and then somebody's gonna say, oh, you got that wrong. So, but we can say, you know, usually this is needed, you know, I recommend you check this, ask a licensed electrician, you know, if this is okay in your community, you know, or, you know, find out from the town. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you really can't tell. You're in a garage that doesn't have a GFI. Well, when was that garage built? You know, did they need it then? But you can say, I recommend you put a GFI in case you plug in a hedge trimmer or something and you got an extension cord and you use it outside. Nice to have a GFI that'll trip. And when I was a kid, we used to have a recreation center.
Hmm.
I lived in East Rockaway, and there was a nice young man. I don't know if he was a teenager or maybe a little older, was involved. That was his job or volunteer. We played basketball. He would open the gym, you know, he would be there. So we all kind of knew him from the town. And he was using electric chainsaw to cut a tree. And what he was doing was he used a hose to get the dirt off the tree roots.
Hmm.
I was standing in the puddle, and he got a shot. He died.
So that would be a situation where GFI would have been.
Yes. Now, that probably wouldn't happen today at all, anyhow, because those tools, those old metal drills, and plastics weren't around then.
Hmm.
Everything's built of plastic. It was built of metal, and then that metal, there was a short or something, or a loose wire, then the housing becomes charged.
Right.
It's not grounded properly, and then you have electricity and you become part of the circuit. So he did die. Yeah, but you're right. A GFI possibly, because the GFI trips in like a nanosecond, 15th of a second. So it's quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the circuits shut off. But like I said, I don't know personal experience. I don't know anybody that didn't get killed because it was GFI. I'm not saying it never happened, but I did see people live because there were smoke detectors went off.
Mm-hmm.
If you give me a choice, no GFIs in your house with smoke detectors, I'll take the smoke detectors every time. Because that I've seen save people's lives.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think I just read something the other day about people got out because, I heard the smoke detectors go off. Now they have these arc-fault.
How does that work?
It's when they first came out. So the GFI is a ground fault. The arc fault is if there's any leakage at all in the wire, the circuit shuts off. So it's an arc fault. A lot of times circuit breaker. And then if you look at a new house, okay, they made it mandatory. Jose kicked me, but they made it mandatory arc faults in the bedrooms. Now, fast forward 20 years later, it's arc faults in the hall, in the bedroom,
Mm-hmm.
in the storage. I mean, it was almost like, where don't you need them?
Mm-hmm.
In the kitchen you got GFI, in the bathroom you got GFI. You don't need arc fault, but you almost need it everywhere, and they're expensive. The circuit breakers are expensive. Tell you how expensive they are. I had a friend of mine recently do a lot of renovations on his house, and he went online, bought the arc fault breakers. The inspector came, or that he had all arc fault breakers on all the circuits he needed them on. And then when he got his certificate, he took them all out and sent them back to Amazon. Yeah. And in a way, he's right. They're bullshit, It's all
Made
new
all
wiring.
kinds.
What?
Speaking of that, I picked up on that on a new construction
Yeah.
inspection. And,
Yeah.
I pointed it out to the client, because at the end of the day, they paid for that, and it's new construction.
Oh,
They
yeah.
pulled out every AFCI and every GFCI.
Yep.
After the inspection, after the the electrical inspection.
That's upsetting because they don't have to do that. Because they're charging them. The hell's a new house today? They build every new house is $900,000, $1 million or something. Give them the friggin' arc faults,
Hmm.
It's crazy to take them out. I took him out because he's paying like $1,400 or something, when he sent it back. But if you're buying a new house, why should the builders actually taking them out to save money?
Yeah.
But why is he saving? He's not discounting you. He's actually stealing from you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jose is right. But I've heard of that, but I haven't seen it, Jose. I usually, you go to a new house and,
Yeah, I seen it once.
Yeah.
And it's not on the topic of on aluminum. I'm actually tinkering at home. I just had my floors refinished, and I do have my house is 71.
Yeah.
So I have aluminum wiring in my house, and but they put all pigtails in all the receptacles. They put all the antioxidants and stuff like that.
Yep.
So the guys that were polishing my floors, they were using a machine, the buffer,
right.
on one of the standard outlets, and it overheated somewhere. But now I'm chasing this thing down, trying to locate it.
Yeah. Yeah, because it overheated. They probably would have been better off plugging into they didn't know. They didn't even know you had aluminum, but you know, they Monday morning quarterbacking, they could have plugged into an outlet that had copper, and then it wouldn't have overheated. Or even if it got hot, you know, it's almost like the aluminum melt.
Does the copper ever overheat, or what's the? It's just.
Yeah, it can. That's why you know you use 14 gauge, 12 gauge, or 10 gauge, because it can overheat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but a lot of times what happens with the protection there is you got 14 gauge wire, and you use a 15 amp circuit breaker. So the 15 amp breaker is going to pop before the wire overheats. Yeah, but aluminum and doesn't do too good in heat.
Mm-hmm.
You could see like if the house had aluminum siding, it was involved in fire, just it's almost like melts, you know. I mean, even steel is affected. You had a steel beam and it's in the fire.
Yeah.
That beam will all twist. You've seen, you know, big commercial buildings with all steel and they're all screwed up. But aluminum go way before that.
Mm.
You know, that's like 3,600 degrees or something. Like aluminum probably go, you know, 2,000 or maybe less, you know.
But it's good for baking, right? Aluminum foil.
Yeah, I guess so.
So it's
Yeah.
good for heat with that.
Yeah. You know, have aluminum pans,
Right.
but you leave that aluminum pan on the stove without any water in it, or oil in it, or food, you know, just let everything dry up. Put an aluminum pot on the stove.
Mm-hmm.
Boil water until all the water evaporates.
It burns.
It burns, but like it gets this choking smoke, you know, like yeah.
Poisonous.
Well, you know, open the door, you know it's no good for you.
Mm.
Yeah, a lot of plastic is like that. That's why you're not allowed to use Romex in big buildings, because the Romex is plastic, and the plastic is PVC. When it goes on fire, it's polyvinyl chloride,
Mm.
and the chlorine burns up. Chlorine gas is released, and then.
Is that a pot? The Romex?
What's that?
What's a Romex?
Oh, that's the plastic coated rather than BX. BX is the metal, the flexible metal. Usually the wires are running that.
Point it out to him.
BX. Yeah, okay. No, you're not an idiot. No, it's a good idea. So these are all Romex. See, these are Romex. And this is the old cloth. What? But this is BX.
Oh, okay.
So there's a black and a white wire running in here.
Right.
And the armor is a ground. So there's only two wires, and this is grounded between the boxes because they're metal. Metal is a ground. But here, they have a copper ground.
Right.
Because there is no metal. So if you ran this between here, you would have a copper ground, and a copper would be onto a screw in here, and this box would onto. That's how you would have the ground. And the ground is really a safety
Right.
factor. Yeah. So
Oh, yeah.
the electricity, if there's a fault in there, a loose wire, something touching, then the ground becomes hot, but it goes back to the box. If you didn't have a ground, then that box says not grounded, but there's a fault in there. The box could become hot.
Mm-hmm.
like charged electricity. That's happened with washing machines and stuff, like now they've changed the rules on the wiring for them because the metal housing, if it's not properly ground, somebody could be doing the washing
Mm-hmm.
and they had a fault and got hurt. Yeah, so grounding is important. All the grounds, every ground has to go back to the box, to the main panel. You can't, like, let's say that was the outside wall and there's a lawn out there. You can't have a box here and an outlet, let's say, and pound the grounding rod outside and ground that outlet. Can't have that because what happens is that some fault somewhere else on that circuit would be going that way. And you always want them all to go back to the main panel. In other words, you're guiding them back on a path that you want. In other words, if something discovered there was a ground rod here, and that's the shortest distance, that's the least resistance, it would go that way. But then maybe you would have too many electrons going that way on some small wire or something. So that having multiple grounds or more than one ground is dangerous.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you don't ground the sub panel. The sub panel they treat like an outlet. Like if you ran from your panel to an outlet, you would have a black, a white, and a ground. And so that ground, if there was ever fault, goes right back to the panel.
Mm-hmm.
In the panel, you could have the neutrals and grounds on the same bar. But you wouldn't take your ground in the outlet and wrap it with the white, with the neutral. Then that's dangerous. Because when the black comes in, goes through the appliance, and the electrons come out, where do they travel on, the neutral or the ground? I mean, electrons don't know. They'll just go wherever, they feel is the easiest path. So maybe some go this way, some go that. You lost control of them.
Mm-hmm.
And then something could be charged that shouldn't be charged. Yeah, so, and not only that, let's say you did have some fault or something, in other words, if you did have a fault and it's going to shut off the circuit breaker, there's too much juice flowing through. But if some of that juice is finding grounds all over the place, not going to shut off the circuit breaker because there's not going to be enough electricity on the wires that are connected to the circuit breaker. Yeah.
So the circuit won't break when it's supposed to.
Might not. That's all. It's all a safety thing, You don't know what happens. Yeah. So it's counterintuitive. Like if I told you, oh, that outlet's not grounded, let's get it ground for it. Oh, okay, we'll ground it. But no, that's the wrong thing to do. Now you're making it more dangerous trying to fix something. Now, I'm bringing this up. Some of these things you may never thought of, but you can go on YouTube and get that explanation from some licensed electrician or something. Sometimes I remember when I was even studying my professor would say something, say it was thermodynamics or something. Sometimes I'd go to the library and get a simpler form or, some other viewpoint on it till I got it,
Hmm.
You never liked not not getting it, So you could use multiple sources to kind of get information. Or sometimes you could explain something to me, understand it, but somebody else, Bill, explains the same thing. I don't care. I'm not stupid, but you just the way you presented it to me, like, oh, okay, I got it. Yeah. So it's almost like you can't go to somebody's house and inspect their house and know too much about electricity. You could know too little, but yeah, you can't, you can't be too familiar with it.
What could go wrong if you know too much?
Right.
What would go wrong if you know too much?
I'm saying you can't know too much.
Oh, so there never is a too much.
Well, it's almost like if you want to get technical, like I can never know everything.
Right. Well, yeah.
It's like that. You can never. So it's kind of nice though that like you could be doing something day to day and still be learning things. Not like man, So let's say I've inspected houses 40 years. I can't go to a house and be positive I'm going to get every single thing in and not make a mistake and not see something new. That it doesn't work like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care how smart you are, you can miss something.
Or there could be something new you've never seen.
Yeah. But we're careful when there's something we've never seen. Like, I think you'd be kind of negligent. Oh, I don't know what that is, but I don't care.
Mm-hmm.
Or I'm not going to look into it. Or I'm not going to find out. Or I'm not going to consult somebody, So something new isn't too scary. You don't want to make a fool out of yourself. So it's good to be out in front of it, But yeah, that's something new is not, it's actually missing something that everybody knows. You know what I mean? You could say, like one time, I was at a house. I told a story not too long ago, but I don't think you were here. I used to work with an inspector that was a Nassau cop, and sometimes he would give me his clients because he went somewhere with his wife, and so I was doing a Nassau cop in the afternoon. I guess he worked a day shift. He's coming. He's going to be there at 5, so he's late. And I walked around the house at least twice,
Mm-hmm.
and he still wasn't there. And then, like the third time on the driveway, I spotted a wire going from the house to the garage. That's how the garage was wired. I walked under it twice. Now, there's no way I'm going to see that and not point it out. But I walked under it twice.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not something that you would look for. It's a fanguli. It wasn't an extension cord, but it was in that category of that's how they got the electric in a wire from the house building to the garage building, up in the air,
So that's not allowed, and you need to put it underground, right?
Yeah. Or if you did have it, let's say you had a big house, and you had a big property, and it would have a ground with it, it would be like a real professional wire with a mast here and a mast here and terminating correct. This was just a wire,
Oh, so you can put it through the air.
Nobody would be. It's like maybe wiring building. There's specifications to wire from one building to the other, but it's not just run a wire. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. At the church in my city with the festival, they had the
Well,
wire
that's okay.
coming over to the.
That's temporary. Yeah, they're not using that as permanent wire. Yeah, we do that upstate. We have a picnic or something, and we pick up some juice and run it through the trees. And yeah, that's nothing. That's not permanent wiring, And you're outside. They're gonna burn down the building. You're outside. Yeah. So yeah.
But that was more like it was there for years. So they used it every festival, but it was usually only used for the festival.
Yeah.
But it looked like it was kind of permanent.
It was getting weathered. Yeah.
Yeah.
But still, it's outside. Yeah. See, the wire go across, that wire is now in an enclosed garage, and it's coming out of an enclosed house.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of the electrical concerns are with fire.
Right.
So if I have some stupid wire running around the outside of my house, the wiring, like somebody could get shot because it's accessible to them or it's wet to them or something, but yard isn't going to go on fire,
Mm-hmm.
But house, once you're in the house, because a lot of times things like this occur 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Like, let's say something's heating up for 24 hours every day, 24 hours every day, it's not getting hotter and hotter. The chances of it during sleeping hours is almost as good as being awake at that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And that's where the danger is. If you're in your living room and there's a fire, you're warned. Oh, there's a fire over there. Smells smoke. Here's, be up in your bedroom, sound asleep. There's no early warning.
But the smoke alarm,
detectors,
that's why that's the early warning.
Oh, yeah. They're really good. Yeah.
One time in my
But you don't want to risk your life for some battery operated smoke detector.
Yeah, right.
But
more than that.
But they're good. Yeah.
Yeah. One time in my physics class in high school, I looked back and noticed there was exposed wires. I said to someone next to me, if those wires touched, it could make a fire or a spark.
Yeah.
So he went over and touched the wires and made a big spark. The next class, I noticed they had it fixed up.
Yeah.
But sometimes people want to be dumb just to see what happens.
And sometimes they are dumb. You know what I mean? It just like
they don't believe me.
Yeah, no. But I was upstate with my grandson, teenager or something, and he went to like the barbecue, but he had the cover down or something, And he went to he turned on the gas.
Yeah.
The cover's down. He turned on the gas. Then he's going to light it. So now there's accumulation. There was a puff. I think he might have burnt his eyebrows.
Yeah.
But that's fucking nuts. But he's ignorant to it.
No sense.
Well, he was just ignorant to it. Doesn't know anything about gases. Never, He was at home. His grandmother was lighting the stove or something. Like it just never did that before. So ignorance could really hurt you. That was propane, but the propane is heavier than air.
Yeah.
And you have a propane leak. Okay, you have a propane leak, but you don't know you're standing in it. You can't see it. And it hugs the ground. So you could be enveloped in propane gas and it gets ignited.
At least your shoes.
No, but I mean, if you, like, the more savvy you have, let's say you call me in your backyard, and I think I have a propane leak. Well, let's be upwind from it. Let's be on high ground.
Yeah.
You know, let's make sure that we're safe. And, you know, it's almost like if the propane is on fire, you're safer than the propane gas leak.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So you have propane fire. Don't put it out unless you could shut it off.
At least when it's on fire, you could see where it is.
That's right. Yeah. So you gotta do these things sometimes step by step. Yeah, because if you screw this up and the propane is leaking and you put it out and you can't shut it off, you might as well just stand around and let it burn, and then there would be no danger.
Mm-hmm.
As long as it's not impacting or anything, get the tank away from the house, but leave it burn or something, you know. Yeah. So,
Right.
and natural gas rises. Yeah. But sometimes if you know the oil's got to be heated up, like heating oil has to be heated up. You know, you throw a match in heating oil, it's just going to go out. It's because there's no flammable vapors. Gasoline has flammable vapors. So the more you know, you could tell people, no, we got to do it this way. You know,
Right.
that's all. Yeah. And then the last time we were talking about safety or something, you know, you can talk to your clients. You know, be careful with this because of this. You know, when you see something that's like sometimes I was inspecting a house and the propane tanks are stored in the garage. So you got to get these propane tanks out of the garage.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if this garage goes on fire, you're going to have an explosion.
Mm-hmm.
And a really serious explosion. Yeah, like losing their lives type of explosion.
It should be outside.
Yes.
The grill should always be outside too.
If it's disconnected,
Oh, yeah.
in the garage, yeah. But if it's connected to a tank, gotta be outside. I have mine outside and have a cover on.
Mm-hmm.
That seems to take care of it.
Yeah. If you go to Lowe's, when people want to get a new tank or get a replacement, they always say you can't bring your used tank inside the store.
Right.
Don't bring it in here.
Right.
Exchange it outside.
Yes. Right. They usually have a metal cage outside.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
It's open to the air. Yeah. Against a non-combustible wall.
Mm-hmm.
Or sometimes you got a hardware store and it's in the back, in the parking lot, you know, with a metal cage or something, and there's no combustibles around it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why, you know, they talk about shutting down a pipeline or something like it. It drives me nuts. I mean, a pipeline is way safer than a truck going over the highway with these
Mm-hmm.
volatile gasoline and kerosene, jet fuel. Put it in a pipe,
Mm-hmm.
you know, safer. Just safer.
There's less accidents with a pipeline than a tanker.
I mean, really, really, really rare. But they you know, in New York City, they have jet fuel pumped to JFK
Mm-hmm.
and LaGuardia
Right.
underneath the ground. But like every so many thousand feet, they have automatic shut-off alarms. They have a panel of instruments that somebody's paid 24 hours a day to say, like they have lots of safety
Mm-hmm.
features besides it being underground. But they wouldn't want a leak and then there's accumulation of the leak. And they want the leak detected right away
Mm-hmm.
and action taken right away and to have some type of spillage, but not, lose a village or something,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But there's lots and lots of safety factors. Yeah. I mean, the trucks have safety factors and compartmentation, but still, you even the ships, right? Valdez ship had a major spill, Yeah, so the pipeline is, pipelines have had accidents, but nothing catastrophic that I ever knew. Potential, but tanker trucks, they have.
Mm-hmm.
And like, even on waterways, the boats, anytime you're transporting some type of fuel oil, you could have an environmental catastrophe, a fire hazard catastrophe, we all have heard of them, but not so much a pipeline. Yeah. Not solar.
Right.
Yeah.
And some people are worried about what happens to the solar panels when they wear out. How do you recycle them? But even then, there's a lot of people who buy the used solar panels. They don't need 100% efficiency, and sometimes the used solar panel is good enough. And there's ways to recycle the solar panel too, but it's a little bit complicated and expensive.
Well, that's what happens as technology changes. Somebody comes up with a better technology,
Mm-hmm.
or electricity becomes so expensive, then even though it's expensive to recycle solar, it could be worth it.
Right.
That's what the bottles now, like my wife and I put out the garbage, and we put out the recyclables. So we put out plastic
Mm-hmm.
tonight. Out to the curb goes plastic. That fucking plastic goes in the dump. It's not recycled. It's not worth it to them. It's not. There's no payback. It would cost them money to recycle it. But they'll never stop us. They'll never say, well, you don't have to you can put it in the garbage. Even though they're dumping in the same spot. They won't say that because they've trained us to do it. And then, let's say it did pay at some time, then they'd have to retrain,
Well, I've seen some things say made from recycled plastic.
Yes, yeah.
So it's not like it all goes into the garbage.
But in my town, it does.
Huh.
Probably your town too, But then there's maybe other types of plastic, not household bottles that are made from recycled plastic,
Mm-hmm.
But that's the reason. Like if you would say, well, why are you still collecting? It doesn't work. You're not doing that. Yeah. Technology changes, and we can't retrain you. Because now the households. How long did it take for them to train us to? Like my mother and father just threw everything in the garbage, right? How long did that cycle take to change people's mindset?
Well, the thing is, aluminum is the one thing that it's always worth it to recycle. Aluminum cans.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, because it's so expensive to mine the aluminum that it's better off that you melt it down and make a new aluminum can.
Horseshoes getting cheaper too.
Uh,
Like aluminum cans, it's got no body to it anymore.
I know.
Soda bar, I got water. I got to open a cap on a water bottle, and the bottle is just crushing, so thin now. So,
Especially the water bottles, yeah.
yeah,
They're trying to use less plastic. That's one way to help.
but I would think that, like sometimes you read these things that we're ingesting a lot of plastic.
Mm.
So I think that a thin plastic would break down easier in water than the heavier plastic. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it's trade-offs, right?
And then there was someone who said some of those microplastic studies may have made a mistake by measuring the plastic on their own gloves.
Well, but no, you know, sometimes this stuff is medical.
Yeah.
You have more plastics in your brain than our ancestors didn't have any plastics in their brain.
Yeah. There's about 1 spoon worth in your brain.
Seems like a lot.
Yeah.
But we have other advantages today that our ancestors didn't have. They didn't have plastic in their brain, but they brain only had to last 60 years or so. You know. So,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're living longer. So you know, you want to trade living cleaner. And I don't think everything was clean either.
Yeah. Well, who was it? Noah lived for hundreds of years, right?
I don't know about some of those things. Yeah, I'm not good at that. Yeah, I've heard it sometimes. Yeah.
I heard there was some ways that the environment on Earth was just so much different back then. That
But people did die younger back then. We know that.
mm,
You know, like not everybody lived, 100 years or hundreds of years.
oh yeah, well,
Yeah.
who knows?
I'm sure in the Middle Ages, what was the life expectancy? 30, 40? You know.
Well, some people had the Black Plague back then too, so
Oh, yeah.
that lowered the life expectancy by a lot.
Yeah. But I guess if you were a slave, maybe you didn't have as long a life expectancy.
Mm.
Yeah. Who knows? So, getting back to where I said, when you take that panel off, it's almost like if you and I went to a house right now, went down the basement, the garage, wherever the panel is, the panel cover off. I could probably tell you how conscientious these people are with their electric. First of all, is the panel 200 amp?
Mm-hmm.
Or is it a small 100 amp?
Right.
Or is it some crazy ancient, they call it the split box, or is it Federal Pacific box, or some has it right there. Like go no further, it's got to be changed. Those pushmatics, like if I went to a house right now, an old pushmatic panel, I tell people, first of all, almost all of them are 100 amp.
Mm-hmm.
There were bigger ones, but almost. So if that's the main panel over there and it's pushmatic, like you got to get an electrician here. Yeah, your electric hasn't been upgraded in years and years. You know. And now when you got to upgrade that panel, there's other wiring in the house that needs to be upgraded too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because if it was, then the panel would have been upgraded.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it goes hand. So seeing the panel tells you a lot about the house. And taking the cover off tells you a lot about the wiring and who is doing it and how professional. And you know, like sometimes some of them are just wired up beautiful, like wired by somebody that's really, really able.
Uh-huh.
Each wire coming up and wire ties and. I mean, some of them are like art,
Uh-huh.
and they really look good, and some of them look like shit. It's like, looks like a guy from Local 3 came and did it.
Did you ever get any like pushback on that, or people that think that it shouldn't need to be upgraded because it just?
I had an owner recently.
Uh-huh.
I got on the property, and I looked at his cable and his box,
Uh-huh.
and I said, "Oh yeah, you need new service here." My client wasn't there yet.
Mm-hmm.
The guy introduced himself to me. Nice guy. He owns a house. So yeah, no, we don't blow any circuit breakers. He's perfectly satisfied with that. He's living with danger.
Yeah.
But he's perfect. So it's stupid, ignorant.
But they don't see it as danger.
Well, not only that, he called his friend to fix and his friend should be like in jail. You know what I mean? But that's his friend that fixed it for him.
Uh-huh.
Really, really bad act. There's a lot of that. I think it's changing, but when I first started inspecting houses, there was like a certain type of people that were raised to never call an electrician. Their father never had to call an electrician. Their grandfather never had to call, and you don't call an electrician. I'll get you. I'll run a extension cord around here underneath the carpet over there. You'll have electric. You don't need an electrician to. You want another outlet up there? I'll go up in the attic, open a box, give you a wire. Like it just they won't call an electrician like and some of them have the wherewithal. Like they'll have a Range Rover in a driveway, live in a manicured house, but electric is, it works. I ain't calling an electrician.
Yeah. If it works, don't fix it.
Well,
That's what people say.
Or no, but if you fix it yourself. Like I'm telling you. Now, I kind of see less and less of that. That was very prevalent for lots of years that I inspected houses.
Mm-hmm.
But I think now it's almost, we've gone over where there's more young people that wouldn't take their hands out of their pocket to even run the extension cord. They're going to call somebody. You know what I mean? So it's not as prevalent. Oh no, you could, I'll call my father. He'll get us electricity over there or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as but the father's dead now, and the kids work in finance and touch nothing.
Yeah.
Which sometimes is good. But they don't touch nothing, nothing's touched. Only professional comes and does it. So something to be said for that. If you have, there's two things. If you have the pocketbook for that,
Mm-hmm.
then fine. Go call a licensed plumber, call a licensed electrician, Don't do anything yourself and have it done to the nines, and you could afford it.
Mm-hmm.
But people, unfortunately, they don't learn how to do things themselves. They're not going to learn how to do things themselves. They don't have any tools, but they think that if they call somebody, the guy that's cheaper, they're going to get the same job. They think that,
Mm-hmm.
My friend used to say, shop by price, pay twice. There's a lot to be said for that, People hire handyman to do their electric work or their plumbing work or something. It's done cheap, but it's not done right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you see a lot of that too. And I would like, I know people like that, and they're into their millions of their house and properties and investments, and I know two accountants that are like that. And then they asked me that they had a problem with their house in Jamaica Estates. Just like over $1 million house, and some of that like a flat roof or something. They were always having it fixed, but they were always hiring it cheap. Then he asked me for, he said, he's expensive. He's really expensive. I think that maybe because, anyhow, I think they reluctantly used him, and I had warned him, the roofer. In fact, I knew the roof from here. He took the inspection course, which is anyhow. He did the job, but they tried to chisel him down the whole time. Even the final payment, is that the best you could do? The final. Now, fast forward 5-6 years later. No way, we never had a problem again with that roof.
Mm-hmm.
That's like everybody learned something from it. But they could have been like that all along. They could easily afford it. They probably did the roof 3 times and then had eventually 3 problems in a short amount of years.
Mm-hmm.
So it probably cost more to do it the way they were doing it, but they reluctant to, like they're looking for a bargain. But sometimes a bargain isn't, when it comes to service, like if somebody fixes your plumbing for $1,000, but it's a $4,000 job.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes a $4,000 job, it's done for 35 years. Like he did it. Yeah, I don't like this. It gets complicated. My friend was a licensed plumber, and he never subscribed to getting what the market would bear. In other words, he didn't charge you on what he could get out of you. He estimated the job and did the job. But he had a partner that would deliberately overcharge people, like, get $2,500 for a job that was $1,000, and he'd be happy and proud. But my friend got rid of him. He couldn't work, just bother him. We're going to take $2,500 from this lady. Then that's not a $2,500 job. But he would go out and estimate. So, it's a shop by price, pay twice. But I modified that.
Mm-hmm.
Shop by talent. we got the talent. Maybe you know the talent. Maybe the talent's been referred to you, or maybe, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But as long as you have the talent there and they're going to do it right, it's hard to pay too much. Yeah, so, I mean, somebody with less talent could charge you just as much, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Shot by talent, yeah.
Hey, they figure everyone else is charging this much. Maybe they should too. And then the customer figures they'll probably get the same service, right? So
Yeah,
they don't know what's going to happen.
yeah, that's why a lot of people shop by word of mouth. And I think it's really good too. Like if your friend had a bathroom put in and you like the guy did a nice job. Well, why are you thinking that somebody that you don't know, you're going to get out of the yellow page, is going to do a better job? I don't, you know.
Mm.
I think referrals are good, you know. Especially like if you did your driveway and I see it looks really nice, and you didn't have a problem with
Mm-hmm.
the guy. Yeah, would you recommend him? Yeah, I recommend him. Did a nice job. Why am I gonna? I think I'm taking a chance. Use somebody else that I don't have any background on. You know.
Mm-hmm.
You want to take that outside? Yeah. No.
Maybe put it on silent.
Yeah. And maybe we'll take a break. Let's stretch out this break a little.
Yeah.
When Bill comes back, I'll say we'll take a break. Yeah, take a break, Jose.
Yeah.
All right, copy, will do.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Sometimes you know someone and they'll give you a good price because they know you.
Yes,
Right.
sure.
My friend Mike was has a
Oh, yeah.
construction company. He was helping with the house,
Yeah.
different things in the bathroom and the third floor apartment.
Well, I had an old house in Queens. It was my first house. It was 24 when I bought it. And I needed a driveway.
Mm-hmm.
I was living hand to mouth and paying for a house, a mortgage, 2 kids, so, you know. The driveway's all cracked up, all messed up, and you know. And then, but not hurting anything. It's not, you know, it's not causing any damage to my house. It was just a shitty driveway.
Mm-hmm.
And then one time, my father-in-law knew somebody that was building roads, paving
Oh,
nearby.
yeah.
And it was, I don't know if he got the cement from, you know, if he's doing highways or something, but he came over and did a really, really nice job.
Mhm.
And I had the best driveway
Yeah.
at a nice price, too. It worked out good. Yeah, I'll never know the whole story. You know. Yeah, so sometimes my friend's son was a carpenter one time, and my wife found this Anderson windows at a garage sale or something. Some architect ordered the stuff, and then they used something else. The guy had a garage sale. I got these Anderson windows and real discount, big picture windows and casement windows, and it became like a whole system. The whole back wall of my kitchen became windows, and I hired my friend's son.
Mm-hmm.
He's a real carpenter, you know. He came with the jacks, you know, put the windows on the jack, pump jack it up, you know. flashed it all correctly, mold the windows together, you know, like everything is done to the nines. I paid him well for his, but I wasn't paying an overhead of a contractor sending him. He came, did the work and got paid, you know.
Sure.
I may not want to pay him cheap, but paid him good. But like I said, he was the talent. Yeah, I helped him inside, and my friend came over, helped him outside. You know, when they pumped it up, and I was able to hold it inside and tack it in, and you know, got it all level in it. But yeah, not having a you know contractor would have been. Oh God. You could really you buy a $3,000 door and pay another $3,000. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy now. You know, I think that
Especially Anderson windows; those are expensive.
yeah, they're not the most expensive. I have a place up there that have Marvin windows, and they do have other windows, but I don't know. People complained about them. You know, sometimes people with money complain about it into windows, but I mean, you got to make a head call.
No, just wanted to stretch my legs.
Oh, I thought you were going to make a dash. Yeah. All right. Maybe we'll take a break. I'll stand up.
You want some practice, some cooking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
I expect to know.
Thank you.
Too bad Jose can't,
No cooking for Jose.
no.
He can come in.
Those are good, huh?
I got different. I like these. I like these are hard. I don't like the soft chocolate chip.
Yeah, me too. I don't either. I don't like this one either. Gotta have a little crisp.
Some
crispy
people do.
feeling. Yeah, yeah. Is that wind blowing?
I think so. They're slow blowing.
God,
Yeah.
it's pretty strong.
Yeah. There's a lot of wind yesterday. Today was pretty good.
Mm.
We haven't got real warm yet.
No, not really. We had a couple of warm days, but yeah, more snow days than
What?
and a lot more snow days than more seasonal days. Yeah.
I never remember in recent years our springs being nice. A shitty spring too hot.
Yeah. It's like it's 2 seasons instead of 4.
Yeah. A spring always seems rainy, windy,
Right.
chilly.
Yeah.
That's what I think of spring now. Where I remember when I was a kid and you'd go to school in the spring, you'd leave your jacket at the school because it became so nice.
Yeah, sure.
We had one day it reached 81.
81?
Yeah, one day.
Yeah.
Monday,
No. Like
Sunday?
about two or
One
three
day.
weeks. 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, really wacky weather. It was more predictable, 10, 20,
Every
30
spring
years
seems like
ago.
that to me. I'm usually aware because I play golf.
Yeah, sure.
And I know, like in the spring, it's always windy, rainy, chilly. Yeah, I mean, today turned out to be a nice day, but I played golf this morning. It was rainy and chilly. It did get nicer and nicer and, cleared up, but it didn't. It was probably still.
But you're
50.
dressed appropriately.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying that,
Hmm.
we're into April.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The new rocket around the moon is actually going further than the other ones. Further than the Apollo missions, because it's further above the ground on the moon, and it's actually at a time when the moon is further away from the Earth.
Interesting.
So I had to look that up because I was wondering, why are they saying it's further than anyone's ever been
Oh,
from the. We've been to the moon before.
well,
We've gone around the moon. Why is it further now?
okay.
Yeah. So I looked
I
at
like
it.
when they say that because Elon Musk is an idiot. So, some idiot.
So maybe.
Remember when he had the rocket come down right in his,
Well, I think
right in the stand?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Holy shit.
Well, he could be an idiot in other ways, but
Well, certainly a useful idiot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
at times,
Yeah.
yeah. Is that a dog?
Yeah. The other guy, what's it? Jose, right?
Jose?
Probably from his.
Oh,
I'm gonna have to give you a summons over here pretty soon.
Sunny out, right?
Well, I said summons. I'm gonna have to give you a summons.
What?
Accumulation of loose combustibles.
Really? I've seen much worse than that.
That's a corner of fire load.
Should we write that in your report?
When he goes to court, So, GFI outlets are outside. You know, if you build a house today,
Mm-hmm.
you have to have a GFI outlet outside in the front and outside in the rear.
What if you don't have any outlets outside?
No, if you built the house today, you have to.
There needs to be outlets outside?
Yeah.
Oh.
That doesn't mean that you go to a house and there's no outlet outside. You tell them. You could suggest it. But no, it's not mandatory. So even like the garage, so you can't say, you have to put a GFI outlet in this garage. You said, oh, and you're wrong. But you could say, you know, it's not a GFI. GFI is not that expensive. I don't know.
Right.
Maybe it's $14 or something, but you know, if you got your wife out cutting hedges with electric wire or something like that, want to put a GFI so she can plug into the garage.
Yeah. If you have an outlet, it should be GFI.
In the garage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you could suggest it, yeah. But it's, you can't say this is wrong and these people are selling you the house need GFI here, you know, because I don't. What are you going to stand on? No, I don't need a GFI there. What do you say? Well, I recommend it. Town's not required. Nobody's requiring it.
Mm.
It's not required. Yeah. But no matter what's required, you could say recommend it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, sometimes there's just one step, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I was at, stairs came down And at the base of the stairs, it was like a platform. And then if you wanted to go in the living room, there was a step down.
Mm-hmm.
Go to the kitchen, there was a step. I told him put a grab rail there because it was awkward, you know. And a lot of times I say you have older people live here or visiting here or staying here or sometimes those grab rails are really. They were saying I put some in for my mother-in-law. She loved them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And, you know, it wasn't needed.
And when my grandma moved in, we made sure we had rails on both sides of the steps.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. And she probably felt more secure.
Mm-hmm.
My friend goes to a neurologist, and he said that the neurologist said almost his entire business is old people forum. Getting life-changing damage,
Mm-hmm.
hitting the head, brain damage, dying, wheelchair for the rest of your life, you know, or walkers for the rest of your, you know, pins and, you know, lots of almost whole business.
Mm-hmm.
And I could see it now. It's some of my friend's wife hit her head. She had a lot of trouble with her brain. Yeah, you can. So you can say, you know, like even in the yard or something, there's a couple of steps here. You know, a good idea. If you put handrails here or something, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Sometimes they say I recommend put, and then I talk to people like that. Like I could picture older people in my family needing something to grab here. You know, you might consider it. Yeah. And I don't care if they do it. It's their life, you know, it's their. Like sometimes I go to a house and it has like 4 steps, a stoop in front of the house, and they have no hammer. Well, I don't like rails.
I don't like rails.
Okay. I mean, I promise you, I don't care. I put in a report, I recommend handrails, you know, for safety. And then I go home, but I could really care less if they ever put them there. They have, you know, when you want to ride a motorcycle without a helmet, fine. I thought you should probably have a helmet, right? I'm not going to not say it, but.
It's kind of borderline, though. 1 or 2 steps, maybe 3
No,
steps.
I'm talking about some steps that, you know, like up to like 4 steps or something, you know.
Uh-huh.
So it depends on the people, you know, how old they
It's-
are, and how quick reflexes, strength, and all that.
Yeah.
Balance.
Let's say you're young and, you know, that's fine.
Yeah.
But, you know, if you do have older people come visit, even if you do have older people come and visit, then know that you have to protect them. This could be a hazard to them.
Sure.
I mean, that's part of it, knowing, like you never even thought of it, and then your grandmother falls off the stoop, breaks her hip, and dies.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but at least when she comes over, don't put up handrails. When she comes over, make sure that you're out there to get her in the driveway and walk her in and protect her. Yeah. So just even knowing that there's a safety hazard there, you come somewhere, and that's all. Like that's where rails are needed, required, and then not. I don't give a shit what they say.
Do you also mention like either grab bars or something like that in the shower?
I have in my shower. I put them up in my shower.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really, really helpful.
Yeah.
I usually, a lot of times, put it in my report. I think that, like, if they need a grab rail, you know what I mean? Kind of people know that on their own.
That kind of depends on who's living there even more than the stairway will.
It could depend.
Yeah,
And
right.
But what's, you
Right.
know, there's no harm in doing that.
No, there is no harm, but I'm saying,
And maybe it wouldn't occur to some people.
yeah,
You know?
no, but I'm saying when I first bought my house and told me to put handrails. But now I have one there, you know, I put a nice handrail there. So, and I like it. My wife said the other day she was glad she had it, you know, so.
Mm.
Yeah. But when I was young, whatever.
Right, well,
Yeah.
you're young and foolish sometimes, right?
But I don't remember where ever like being in the bathroom and ever feeling, you know, like now, yeah, I can see it. You know, a need now or shortly for a grab rail, and I got one.
Yeah,
But you can, but that's what I'm saying. Like everybody comes in here, like it's almost like they're gonna go out and they're gonna have, they're gonna do inspections on their own.
right.
They can, like if you were doing inspections and you want to tell people, I suggest you put a grab rail. Fine, yeah. That's a good thing about it. Yeah. We're just saying that. You can't say, oh, you need a grab rail.
No.
But yeah, you could say anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's suggested, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's up to them. Some people, it wouldn't occur to them until, you know, somebody slips and falls and hits their head or whatever, right?
Yeah, I think the hardest thing about sometimes home inspection is commenting on something that is like it's not there.
Mm.
Let's say, you know, I'm looking at a garage and there's no electric in the garage.
Right,
So if I go in the garage and there's electric and it's shoddy and it's a wire, okay, we have a concern here or something. But I don't think now at this state of the game for me, but there were certainly times where, holy shit, there was no electric in that garage. They need, you know, like something that you can miss because it's, I remember a couple times with those steel lolly columns, you know, underneath the girder and somebody took, but you go in the, you have to picture, I'm at inspection, and this basement is beautifully, beautifully renovated. So what you're looking at is a really, really nice space.
right.
You know, when I was looking at a space one time, but what happened to the girder that was there? But it's hard to see. It's not like you're looking at a girder at a plumb. You know, like there isn't that concern there. You have to think, oh, there should be a girder here. And where is it? Yeah, so I think when there's something not there, it can be hard to spot. You know, so just something, it's
Sure.
not there. You know, there's nowhere on your report, oh, it's not, you know, a list of not there.
No.
Yeah.
It's easier to spot some faulty electric that's showing than, oh, no electric at all. You know. And then you get used to some things. Like sometimes you go to old houses, and we were talking about that earlier with electric. have a few outlets, but sometimes, bless you, I'll go to an old house and there's only one outlet in the bedroom.
Mm-hmm.
One. And each bedroom has one outlet. It's a little unusual. Sometimes one bedroom has two or something, but I mean, it does happen. They didn't use outlets in those days.
Mm-hmm.
Would they have? Maybe an alarm clock? I don't know.
Yeah.
A lamp? Yeah.
You got air conditioners in the bedroom.
Oh, yeah. But that old house has the one outlet, then an extension cord over to the window with the air conditioning.
That's
Yeah.
the trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of those things, like you would know in an old house, you see how many outlets they have.
Mm-hmm.
You point it out to people. Or another thing I out a lot was some houses, like I would write up the report, I'd be home, write up the report. There's over dependence on extension cords in this house.
Mm-hmm.
Then it would put pictures, extension cord in the garage, extension cord in the, living room, like I would show all these pictures where the extension cords are on, and I would say anticipate adding additional outlets,
Mm-hmm.
things like that. You're going to be spending money here, right? Yeah. Yeah. Some, you see shoddy electric work. Yeah. Yeah. That actually, someday you'll be inspecting a house and you'll see the electric work so shoddy. So I remember that's how, like, shockingly shoddy.
Mm-hmm.
Like crazy. Yeah. Like wires just spun together, no gang boxes, nothing. Just wires, they just twist them together.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, open splices, all kinds of things. Yeah.
You could see a lot more when there's an unfinished basement. You could see because there's no wall covering the wires.
And we do mention that. Yeah, we do mention when we inspect the house and the basement is all finished. Now, I mentioned on my termite, I didn't see any termites. However, the ceilings and walls down the basement were finished, limited my view of the complete ceiling foundation and, looking for mud tubes or something. It's possible somebody opens up some sheetrock and then says, oh, you missed this. It was blocked.
Right.
But I put it in a report, like don't find something, call me and say you missed it. And I don't have anything in the report. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, yes, you're right, but you took down the sheetrock so you could see it,
Mm-hmm.
but the sheetrock was there when I was, and I have a picture of it and says in the report the sheetrock was limiting
Mm-hmm.
my view. Sometimes that stuff's important. Yeah, it's just honest.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes you go to a garage and it's packed. I mean, packed with storage. You can't see any of the walls. Sometimes you can't hardly see the floor. It's just packed like a dumpster or something. Do you know what I mean?
I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. So when I'm inspecting something like that, you buy the house, they empty it out. You come and say, "Oh, Ed, you missed this." Well, don't you remember?
Show
Like,
them.
I have a picture of what I could see. Yeah. I mean, sometimes you go as far in the report saying, I think that you should take another look at this when all this material is out of here.
They'd be better off if they called you when it was cleaned out.
Yes, sometimes I coach them like, at least you go take a look.
Yeah.
If you see something that, look at this, I'll gladly come, but yeah, those things. So any time that you are blocked out of getting somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes you go to a house and there's no access to the attic. It's not. That's not right. There always should be an access point in the closet or something, but sometimes you go to a house and
Mm-hmm.
you just tell them, you know, they really, the owner should put an access. You buy in the attic,
Mm-hmm.
you have a right to see it. You know, sometimes it depends. Like, certainly if you suspect something in that attic and you have no access, that's more of a reason to push them to have the owner, you know, put an access in. One time I was at a house and there was no access to a space in the basement. And the lady that owned the house said, cut a hole. You know what I mean? You want to look in there, cut a hole.
Sure.
I did. I had a saw in my truck, you know, a sheetrock saw. I went and got it, cut a hole, looked at it. But the owner told me to,
Mm-hmm.
and I had a witness that the owner, I would never do that ever. Like, you know, like I cut a hole and then just tell the owner, oh, I cut a hole in you.
Right.
Yeah. I said, you sure? You know, I'll do it. But I don't really like to do things like that.
Well, they didn't know there was supposed to be a hole there.
Oh, yeah. Well, I told, I actually told the owner there's a space down here and that should be inspected for termites.
Mhm.
Before the termite guy has access. She said, well, you want to look in there? All right.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I did a nice job. You know, cut it
Sure.
square. And I think I actually even put the sheetrock back, but there was a cut. Yeah. But we don't normally take down walls or open up walls. You know, I do tell people that. Let's say I see a stain in the ceiling. I tell them, you know, have a contract to open that ceiling. And if there was a leak, he could see the repair. Or if it wasn't properly repaired, it could see that. Or if there's mold up there, you know, I'm seeing a water stain, it was obviously water, you know, how much hidden damage is up there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I think that sometimes our responsibility is like if I'm walking around the outside and the siding is down to the ground, like usually you should have a foundation and then the siding comes down to here. You know, and we see a bare foundation. But if that siding is all the way down to the ground, you know, like some garages you see like that. The garage is framed
Mm-hmm.
and the frame comes all the way down to the soil. Well, that's conducive to moisture and hidden moisture damage, insects on it. Because the closer any of that framing or siding is to the ground, the more susceptible it is to getting insects inside and moisture. The ground gets wet, it evaporates, and
Mm-hmm.
you know, condensation and things. So it's our job to say, no, this is poor practice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you know, I should further investigate. A lot of times I can't see, like if it's the house, the siding is down to the ground, and inside is sheetrock. I can't see, but if there's a sill at that base of the sheetrock and the siding is down to the ground, you know, it's should be investigated. Probably mean, it's almost like how could there not be hidden moisture?
Even a little puddle on the ground could go up against the sheetrock.
Well, the soil is damp. Don't even have to be a puddle.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why when you build, you are supposed to have, like the book says, 8 inches separation.
Mm-hmm.
I like 18, but the book says 8. I think there's 2 figures, 8. So the frame and the ground, your footing and the foundation comes up 8 inches. And then the siding 6 inches. So I think they're giving you 2 inches of overhang. Like the sill is here, 8 inches, and the siding comes 2 inches past the bottom of the sill. But I don't have to take the test on it. I think it says that. Whatever the book says when you're taking a test. Don't pay any attention to me. I'll tell you how to inspect a house, but those numbers and stuff. So, like the book is the authority, not me.
Mm.
Yeah.
Right.
And I assume that you can read, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, wouldn't want me to have the book here and read you the book. It's a waste of time. I think it's a waste of time.
Right.
I mean, if you can't read the book on your own, you know, I don't know what kind of career you know what I mean? You have to research these things the whole time you're an inspector. You have to find out information. So if you can't, you're starting out, you can't read, or can't comprehend from book. Yeah, it should be. But everybody passed the test, right, Bill?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because once in a while we get a student and he's upset because I thought you said everybody passed the exam.
Oh.
So I said, did you read the book? And he says, no. It's like the guy who prays to God, right?
Oh, right, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Let me win the lottery. Let me win the lottery, right?
Doesn't buy it.
And he after a while he's frustrated, and God's answering him back. He said, and then God finally says, "Buy a ticket."
You know, there are some classes where just listening in class and paying attention in class is more important than reading the book, because the teacher puts things on the test that they talk about in class.
See,
Yes.
now you're catching on. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But it's not always like that. Sometimes they put things on the test they never talked about in class.
They do that sometimes, but not a preponderance, though. It's not like they're not trying to fool people.
Mhm.
See, this, I mean, I was taught, like, from the beginning when I did this, there's reading the book and passing the test. But you're not going to be a real inspector. You could memorize that book, know everything, get all the answers, get 100%. Somebody's got to tell you how to inspect the house.
When, how,
When to go around, what to say to people, what to do, and you know that's like the field, you know.
Mhm.
So you could take a course in engineering, let's say, know all about reinforced concrete. But if you want to build a wall or something, somebody's got to tell you how to put the rebar. If you're going to do it, you know, we're going to go out there and do the home inspections. Like if we were just, I don't know, reading reports that home inspectors did, then we would have to know all the rules and all the numbers. You know what I mean? But we're actually doing the work. So who's going to teach you how to do the work?
Mhm.
I think the best is when you go with somebody, actually.
Mhm.
You know, if you did 6 hours here or 6 hours we were walking around the house, or several houses in 6 hours. There's no comparison.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's how I learned, watching somebody, somebody do it. And I said, oh, I can do that.
Right, and learning from
Yeah.
others.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I don't like to offer this course online.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's not, I feel like they're not getting what they should be getting out of it. They're not having discussions
Well,
like
the
this.
only thing I don't feel bad, like Jose is here and he does inspections.
Well, yeah, but
That's okay.
that's yeah, of course. But I'm
Yeah.
I'm talking about some newbie. Oh, this is an interesting field. I'll go into it.
Right.
And they're doing it online.
The only thing I
Doesn't
would
make
have to say
sense.
that all through the years, most of the people that came to class really have an interest.
Yeah.
Like you don't get people in the class that have no interest in houses. You know what I mean? Like I have a son that's retired cop. He not interested in working on his house. The last thing he would ever want to do is come and learn something about this and tell people about the house because he ain't interested.
Mm.
So you do have people that, like you see a lot of contractors like Matt come through.
Mm-hmm.
They think that they can inspect a house and they're just, taking the course and, maybe learn some things like a little difference, but they know they're coming in knowing a lot, like remember that school teacher from Staten Island? He wasn't a contractor or something. He used to come to Hicksville, but that was before the online. But I don't know if he was a principal, but he taught in Staten Island.
Yeah.
But he was handy. He liked houses. He liked doing things. He could picture himself inspecting a house.
Yeah.
So I think almost everybody before they come here could picture themselves doing it, but they kind of like it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. And the ones that are not handy at all, don't have any interest in houses. That'd be the last thing they want to do. I had a friend that I worked with in the fire department. He asked me about inspections. He was a mechanical engineer. He worked for Con Ed, and his father was a plumber, so he was pretty good plumber too. I think he made money doing plumbing, but and so he asked me, because all firemen need a side job, so, that he asked me about, and I told him, and he could easily do it. But then he went to a school for home inspection, and the guy that was teaching it was talking about home inspectors getting sued. You have to watch this, and then when I bought my last house, he was my lawyer. He closed my house, and we're talking. I didn't know the story. He goes, yeah. He says, I sat in the class, and then the guy was saying, oh, they're getting sued. He said, I'm on the wrong side of this. He went to law school. It's a true story. What am I going to get in this? Getting sued. Yeah, a few guys I worked with went to law school.
Right.
Yeah. But that's some of them worked hard my friend was a lawyer and then he retired. and he went to work for a lawyer, and they,
Hmm.
you know, they abused the shit out of him. You know, like a newbie, and do all the dirty work and dirty work and dirty work, you know.
Hmm.
In fact, one guy that I used to play golf with in South Carolina, I mean, he was a city fireman up here. And when he retired, he became a paralegal for what am I going to do after I retire? I think he worked one day.
Hmm.
The
Yeah,
lawyers treat him like crap. Come out of here.
relatively boring.
I know one retired chief became a school teacher. In fact, he went to St. Anthony's to teach school. He lasted
Mhm.
one day. Got in a fight with one of the students.
Mhm.
Like he wasn't taking any shit from him, you know. He lost his job. I don't think he cared. Like, I'm not gonna eat somebody's shit, you know. Like, yeah.
Hmm.
But I do. Well, I know some paralegals. They seem fairly happy, but I heard a lot of them like in the office, like the lawyers would go out to lunch and do this or something, and they're just like the paralegals aren't even there, or something, you know, like that. Yeah. My wife worked as a volunteer.
Your wife
For
wanted to volunteer?
no, she worked as a volunteer for what I call Down syndrome kids. Yeah, they took care of Down syndrome.
Yeah.
And she worked as a volunteer. But eventually, my wife quit. I think I told her to quit. The people that worked there were getting paid, were treating her like shit.
Oh,
You know, like, oh, you change this baby, you do the, you know.
oh,
I told
no,
her.
they abused her.
Let them change the friggin' baby. You know what I mean?
Right,
I don't think my wife minded. But I'm damned if, you know.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
They-
I'm going to be changing today, and you're going to be telling me, you know, like, here, oh, yeah. I don't think so.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But that's a true story. I tell her quit. You
They were taking advantage of her.
exactly. It
Yeah.
seems crazy to me.
Yeah.
Volunteer, but you know, it's almost like the attitude too.
Mm.
Like you're beneath me.
Yeah,
Guess
sure.
what? Tomorrow you have nobody beneath you because I ain't. No, they like them apples.
Mm.
She liked the kids. Yeah, she liked
Yeah.
the kids.
Yeah, I
But
can
the
believe
kids were
that.
lovable.
Oh, yeah.
It did seem like a nice thing to do.
Well, when she was younger, did she
No.
work at all? No, outside of home.
No. She, you know, through the years, the kids got older. She went out and did things. But you know, when her mother and father started getting old, or even her sister had a hard time, needed babysitters.
So
She said, "I'm gonna go to work. My own family needs." You know,
exactly. Yeah.
she liked that.
Yeah. Well,
Somebody went to work.
Somebody's got to do it.
You
Yeah,
get
no,
paid.
that's you know.
Yeah,
more-
no, but that's what she wanted to do.
Yeah.
That's right. Let's see. Well, water and electricity don't go.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes I've been in crawl spaces where there's really wet crawl space, even more so than deep, like puddles in the crawl space or something. That's a real hazard. Like if you know you can't. We were talking about the propane, but you can't see if that water, you know, if a wire is laying in that water. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You know, why it could be down over there, and you know. So, but puddles in a crawl space. It could be like when it's mud and everything. Yeah, Well, first of all, I don't think it's good for the house because that water evaporates
Mm-hmm.
up into the house. So kind of right away when you see it, I don't like it. But then you don't want to, it's like driving on a road and there's a puddle. You don't know what's, you know what I mean? You don't know how deep it is, or, the crawl space. Animals like water. You don't know what
Mm-hmm.
animals are. So, and then how could you go in crawl space and get soaking wet and muddy and,
Mm-hmm.
but that could be electrical as it too. Yeah. I think last week we were talking about the opening for the panel box. Like there'd be an opening in a wall.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
If it's too tight, you won't be able to see the wires as much.
no, it's not that. Like sometimes you got to take that cover off.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes that cover's recessed, but you can't even get your hands.
To-
You know what I mean?
to
It's a
pull it
metal
out.
cover. You want some, just to be able to take it off, not tilt it. You know what I mean?
And that's one of the few
Yeah.
things that the state says you absolutely must open that panel box,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah,
Very few things.
Says you will. Yeah.
Yeah, you will,
Yeah.
and,
But
unless there's a good reason.
Yeah, they can't make you do something dangerous. You could say,
Right, like there's
That
pillars
this-
of water.
I'll come back,
Yeah,
but somebody's got to make this possible,
yeah,
accessible.
Yeah.
Most of them have gotten off. Yeah. I remember being in somebody's garage and actually I was with an electrician. Remember Joe O'Brien?
yeah.
Yeah, nice guy. And I think I was with him, but this was years after.
I haven't heard from him in
Yeah.
a long time.
But he said, I wouldn't take that cover off. He's an electrician, But I think I was with him. So maybe he referred me and was doing his friend's house or something. He came, and then the homeowner took it off. Okay, it's your house. Take it off. Yeah, they can be a little bit of a hazard, but you can see how important they are. So sometimes in front of the panel, they might have, I remember somebody put a bookshelf and I took down the books and lifted the shelf off or something, gained access. Pain in the neck, maybe took me 5 or 7 minutes or something, which seems like a long time, but, and then took to cover the panel off. And I think that, I thought that was the right thing to do. Not say, oh, there's something in the way.
Yeah.
Wasn't that bad.
Mm.
So I will do, because I know how important it is. I'm motivated. I want to see, for the very reasons we were talking about in the beginning, I want to see what's in that box. I'm going to learn a lot. So I'd really like to get in if I can.
Mm-hmm.
Very seldom do. Some of them, you go in condos, they're painted shut. It's not right. And, I usually cut the paint.
Mm-hmm.
But some of them are really bad, like they're not only painted shut, but they're plastered. They really can't cut that joint cement or something. It'll fall out and make a mess. Yeah. But I would certainly put in my report that I couldn't gain access. Have an electrician come and make it accessible.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking of another thing. The space above the panel is supposed to have clearance. Like you can't have like a a hot water pipe run right over the panel, on top of the panel. Yeah, you know.
Can you have a shelf above it?
And then the pipe on a shelf? Probably not.
Well, not a pipe, but maybe, I don't know, maybe a bookshelf on top of it,
Yeah.
nailed
You know
above.
what happens? What happens is a lot of times you won't see something like that because when they take the cover off and they have a new wire, they have to get the new wire in.
Mm-hmm.
And then they got to remove all that stuff above it, you know? So it's not that prevalent to see something like that. Yeah. Because of that. You know, people in and out bringing wires into the box, and they usually, I mean, sometimes they bring them from below, but a lot of times they bring them from above because
Mm-hmm.
it's in the basement and then they're going up and out. So,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I mean, they could put the wiring in anywhere in the panel, but even if they put it in the bottom, say, it might run up and up over the panel, unless it's actually going to be a basement wire. But if it's on the first floor or above, probably going up. So that chute above the electric panel box a lot of times is open because there's wires behind the sheetrock.
Mm-hmm.
You know, in an unfinished basement, you might see the wires. But in a finished basement, once it's finished, the wire's supposed to be behind the panel. I mean, behind the sheetrock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
What about the heating pipes? I've seen a house where their hot water heating pipes are outside of the sheetrock and like in the house where you're sitting.
Oh, yeah.
Like, isn't there something wrong with that, or is that okay?
I've seen, I never pointed out as, most of the time it was an old house.
Uh-huh.
You'd see them run. Well, I think what happened is that they had galvanized, then they changed to copper and they just ran copper up.
Well, yeah, they probably had an old heating system that they were replacing,
Yeah,
and they didn't feel like breaking down the walls.
but I think that's okay.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, I can't think of anything hazardous about it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I mean, not a lot of people would want it.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
aesthetics.
Right. Well, if you have the money to fix it the right way, then you would do it the right way.
Yeah,
But
you could say, oh yeah, you know, in my house I would box this out
Yeah,
and
yeah,
put it behind the wall.
but the question is there any safety
I
issue?
don't think so. No. See what I'm talking about, the panel is a lot of times down basement you're running hot water, so you can't run it right above the panel in case there's a leak, then the panel's gonna get wet.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, so that you have to reroute it somehow around the panel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I if it's up high enough, I think it's okay. There's an area there where
Mm-hmm.
it's not supposed to be any water. Now, certainly a pipe could come out, run over the ceiling like a wave. Like if it leaks, it's not going to get on a panel. So you rerouted the pipes not to be there. But good news, we're going to have to move the pipes. We just said that,
It's a problem.
yeah, pipes too close to the
Mm-hmm.
electric panel. Consult an electrician to get information where they should go, or have a contractor come and,
Move the pipes.
yeah, and put them in a location that's correct. You know, it doesn't present a leak hazard. So again, I really wanted to know the dimension. It's not that I haven't looked it up before on the internet. I have, but I don't like to start saying it should be 24 inches. Is that, you know, I'd rather look it up again. Yeah. Especially like if you're gonna be taking a test, a lot of times it's good for you. It's every time you wanna know something, look it up.
Mm-hmm.
And then, oh, I saw it, you know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, like in other words, get the real numbers and then you have them for the test too.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's testing
Right.
that. And I could see something and go home and look it up or call somebody.
And then call them back later.
Well, a lot of times, it could work both ways. If they see something on these water pipes, look a little close to it. I'm gonna go home and research it a little. I'll let you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I could come back and say, you know, I could give them a link. This is okay, or no, you're gonna have to get somebody to change these.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nobody minds that. It's just that you don't want to give somebody a report and then a week later tell them something different. Maybe they negotiated, they could have talked about that. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you do want to be a little prompt with it. Yeah. But it's, you're taking a bath, Jose? I think he has his phone on, right? Hey, we don't want to know too much, you know? Thought you were inspecting the bathroom. So, would you know something outside? Like, they have cable that you could bury.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Romex cable, it's usually like gray, it's outdoor cable, it has to be buried like 12 inches or something, you know. Like you don't have that cable. It's usually a color like this, but it's made for outdoors, underground. But you can't just lay it on top of your garden
Mm-hmm.
because it could get harmed.
Well, it gets stepped on.
Or rake, or tools, or you know, one guy's working with a shovel or something. So it has to be buried. And then when it comes out of the ground, it should be protected by a conduit. Like you can't have you can't have a gray wire come out in front of your house, go down your wall and underneath the ground. You have to see conduit in the wire, in the conduit, so it's not exposed. Like, you can't have any of these wires, you know, like run up this outside wall. It's got to be in a conduit.
The conduit is the pipe.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
wire's got to be inside the pipe.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's, you know, there's different types of conduit too. There's conduit that it's like thin wall, should be used inside. And there's conduit that's a heavier gauge that should be used outside.
Mm-hmm.
People screw that up. Like sometimes you go to a house and you see this rusty, thin conduit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's the wrong side. Yeah. So anytime you see any electric work, conduits, boxes, maybe a shut-off box outside that's rusty,
Mm-hmm.
that's a no-no. In other words, rust and electric hardware don't go together. I mean, so let's say you had a shut-off for the air conditioner, but that box was all rusty and deteriorated or something.
Mm-hmm.
That's no good.
I'll be back soon.
All right.
Yeah.
And that reminds me of some places in the subway. There's pipes that are so rusted you could see the wires coming out.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe they're not used anymore. But
Either way, it's not right. In other words, if you have a pipe
uh-huh.
and have wires and the wires are exposed and they're not used,
Yeah.
who's ever doing that work should take that off as soon as it's put out of service.
Uh-huh.
Take that down. Because that's very confusing. What's live, what's not live.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I was taught, I was a lineman. If it's, you don't leave it there to confuse anybody coming behind you. You always take care of the guys coming behind you.
Hmm.
So if they see work, it's all good work. And we took, you know what I mean? Like you rewire your house and leave the old wires there. That's shitty work.
Hmm.
You know, you take the old stuff out. Yeah. Yeah. You wouldn't open up the wall and just cut the old wires, put new wires in, put the wall back. You rip out the old stuff. Yeah. Yeah. It's probably with plumbing too. Don't leave the old pipe, you know what I mean? Get them out of there. It's just confusing. This pipe runs somewhere and there's nothing in it. It's old.
Mm-hmm.
Just seems like.
Yeah, whenever I see that you have electrical wiring, old, upgraded wiring or abandoned wire,
Yeah.
I put it in like, numerous, electrical,
Yeah.
Abandoned electrical wires throughout the home,
Right.
I recommend having a licensed electrician remove all unused and abandoned wire, so that there's no confusion. Something to that effect. I have a statement or a comment,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never understood it. Like when I was a kid, I was just trained. You take out the old. I can't imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just. But that's how some people work,
Yeah, it happens more often than not, especially when you have Johnny Handyman doing the electrical work.
No,
Which, a comment that you were talking about before, as far as like, the sloppy work and, stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's not necessarily a defect or something, but it's sloppy. It's it's not up to standard to our professional level. I'll make a comment like that, like,
I will too.
There's no, major defect. The work doesn't look like it's been performed by a licensed electrician.
Well, I don't even think I say like there's no major defect. I say it could be plumbing or electrical, but or even framing or something. But I said that there's an appearance of unprofessional work here, whatever it is, the wires, the framing, and
pretty much. I have a statement.
Yeah. Should have a licensed electrician contractor look at it and make sure it's all correct. Because, just as you're saying that, it looks okay, but you're not really making a real good examiner. It just visually. So why even say it's okay? It looks unprofessional. Maybe should be checked because it's not.
Yeah,
it's not standard.
I've had that quite a few times.
Yeah.
With the high efficiency Navion boilers.
Yeah.
Where you have somebody that's really, you could tell the difference with a company that takes pride and they do a great job installing these units, and then you have the handyman that installed it. It just sloppy, doesn't look right.
Yep.
And then we're not necessarily experts in those units,
Right.
and they're so modern now. So you just to cover your butt, you put a statement like that as well.
Yeah, well, we're lucky because, like, the whole time we're inspecting, they're relatively new and haven't broken down yet, or we're in a pretty good position. That's with all new technology. Well, it's just installed. The problems haven't come up yet, but
But then that's the thing. You don't just because it's functioning, but it's not done clean
Right.
and it
Yeah.
doesn't look right, and if you don't comment on it,
Yes.
when you move in,
Oh, I agree.
then you have issues. The plumber's gonna be like, "Man, your inspector didn't say nothing about
No,
this."
I totally agree. Unprofessional work is almost always pointed out in my report, just for that reason. Like, in other words,
Yeah.
let's say somebody could install your plumbing work. They put a bathroom upstairs, and the plumbing work is not up to code, but everything works. But you could see that it's not professional work. I always comment on it, because when it doesn't work, when there is a problem with it, they're going to say, "Did you have this house inspected? Look at this is unprofessional work, and it doesn't meet the code. They didn't use the right fittings here." So that's why you want to put that. It's when you put in your report that this doesn't look like it was installed by a professional. Then when they have problems with it, what does my report say? Well, if it doesn't look professional and it breaks down, everybody's going to criticize the inspector for not pointing it out. If it doesn't break down, well, you can't keep ignoring it because one of them is going to break down. My friend had an expression: although the probability is low, the inevitability is high. I always thought of that like with the oil tanks, Jose. That you have an old oil tank, have an old oil tank, have an old oil tank. Every time I go to a house and there's an old oil tank, I point it out and I say that old oil tanks are prone to leaks, due to age and contamination inside. And you should maybe monitor or have the oil company look at it every time, because if I don't do that and one of them leaks, hey, it was an old tank. Why didn't you tell me that? Like, everybody knew that was going to leak. Yeah, because it leaked. That's why everybody. It's Monday morning quarterbacking, But who's on the hook? I told you it was an old oil tank.
Even if it's empty, is it still a problem with leaking?
Yeah.
Because there could be a little tiny bit left, or what?
Because that's part of the job, to take the old tank out. Like, you absolutely can't have an oil tank in a crawl space and transfer the gas and leave that oil tank. Absolutely have to come out. And then if you convert to gas, there's no reason to leave an old oil tank. What are you going to change the oil again in the near future? That tank, the metal's just going to get older, and there's air contamination inside. It's just going to deteriorate. So that should be part of the contract to get that oil tank out. Yeah, I mean, an oil tank in the ground, there's legal way of properly abandoning it,
Right.
Opening up and filling it with sand. Now, the reason for that is that if you don't fill it with sand and then it collapses, eventually, it's metal, it's going to deteriorate. You have a void in the soil, a sinkhole, say. Or let's say you have this tank and you got 2 feet of soil over it, and that tank just totally deteriorates. Well, maybe somebody could go right through that 2 feet of soil and get cut on some rusty old oil tank or something. As you fill it with sand, that can't happen. In other words, now you just got that thin layer of the tank disappear. There's no void. So the shell deteriorated, but it's full of sand. The sand's not going to deteriorate. Yeah. I mean, it goes for anything you bury. Some contractors used to do that. They're building, they build a development and in somebody's backyard, they just bury a lot of shit. Eventually it deteriorates and becomes a void, a sinkhole or something. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
It's not right. Yeah. Yeah. So an oil tank is like that. But you need a certificate.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just properly abandon your tank. You have to have certification that it's properly abandoned, a piece of paper.
So you need someone licensed to say that it's done right.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. I remember when it first started becoming a nuisance or something. My friend lived in Farmingdale, I think, and he had a buried oil tank. And then he changed. I don't know if he changed the gas or put a new oil tank in. But he dug up his oil tank and threw it in a pickup truck and took it to the dump
Oh.
at night, like in other words, surreptitiously just got rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
But he has no buried oil tank on his property. Nothing. As long as he got away with dumping it somewhere. And I think he took it to the dump. But he didn't get a permit or anything to do it. Just
Now, if I have an oil tank in my backyard, how would I know if it was properly dealt with? I'd never seen any certificate. Certainly hasn't been used in a long time.
Is it buried?
Yeah, it's buried.
Probably not abandoned. Does it have a fill pipe still, a vent pipe?
There's a little bit of something popping out, but it's like there's weeds growing out of what used to be a pipe. It looks like it was cut off right at the ground level.
It might have been improperly abandoned. I don't know. Probably get a shovel. See.
I don't want to destroy my driveway either.
Oh, it's underneath the driveway?
Yeah. We got a driveway that was put over on top of it.
Oh, okay. Concrete driveway?
Oh, it's like black stuff.
Yeah, I like the concrete better because they got rebar. Like, let's say there was a void, then concrete be, but the blacktop will take
Yeah.
you take your chances. Nobody's going to bother you.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But if there was ever an inspection, how would they know what to look for? You got weeds.
Well, you could cut that even more, so you could hide it from them.
You could hide it from them?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. No, nothing. Oh, who did that?
Mm.
Yeah. And if anything ever happens, then you rolled the dice, you took your chance, and now there's a hole.
Yeah. Whatever happened with that was probably 40, 50 years ago at least.
Yeah. I would just leave it. I wouldn't drive my car. No, but if I ever did see something, that's not usually like you have a driveway and all of a sudden it's going to go like, you would start to see some distress and say, oh, you know what?
Sagging.
That was probably not done right, starting like cracking or something, So then you might have to take action.
Right.
Yeah. But you don't want to get EPA involved or anything like that. That
yeah.
you want to do surreptitiously.
Mm-hmm.
Like if there, let's say, was a minor spill of oil, like somebody just abandoned that tank and it was some oil left and it got into the soil, the EPA would make you suffer.
Mm.
Yeah, they would call the decontamination site and make you take that soil that had any oil in it to,
Testing site.
no, they incinerate it,
Oh,
burn the oil off, but they put it in containers. Okay, it was, I think, $20,000 when I was talking to a lady.
ooh.
Because the EPA is merciless. They just stand there like, no, take more, no, take more. They have no consideration for the price or the expense.
Mhm.
None. They don't care if you lose your house or, they don't care. But you might have just bought a house and living hand to mouth and just barely paying your bills. Take more, take more. They're just indifferent to,
Mm-hmm.
and there's no, like once they start at the site and they dig it up or something, somebody's paying for that.
Yeah.
And there's no delay in paying, you know what I mean? Not saying, oh yeah, take it and then, you can pay me next year or something like that. They take it, they just run the bill right up there and,
Right.
yeah. Governments are scary. And my grandson owed some taxes or something. This tax guy told him you'd be better off going to a loan shark and getting a loan from a loan shark and paying the taxes rather than have the government fine you.
Mm-hmm.
They're merciless. They don't care. Yeah. I don't think the government's good at doing a lot of things. I think they're highly inefficient.
Yeah.
I look at them like a machine. You put $1 in and get 10 cents worth of value. You know what I mean?
Well, that's why people say you should have as little government as possible.
Yeah, I'm sort of like that. I like law and order.
Uh-huh. Well, yeah.
Yeah,
That's one of the few
Yeah.
things they should do.
but I'll give you an example. I'll tell you and enjoy the story too. My wife had a problem in a medical. She's talking to the doctor, and the doctor didn't like what her liver showed from the blood test and everything. So my wife and I are going out to a family thing, and my wife said to the doctor, "Can I have a glass of wine?" I said, "No. I don't even want you to have a toast." Like, no. I'm looking at your liver numbers, and until we get this under control, see where this is going. I don't want to. Okay, so I don't know if it's a doctor, but my wife had the idea we could buy non-alcoholic wine.
Mm-hmm.
So this way she's not making a scene. Oh, I can't, just looks like she's drinking wine. So I go to the liquor store and I say to the local guy, he sees me in there. I said, "You have non-alcoholic wine?" He goes, "I used to have it for my customers. Some of them wanted non-alcoholic wine." He goes, "I'm not allowed to sell it."
Why?
Is that bizarre? If you think of all the things the government has to do, they made this law, like to me, it's disgusting. How did they ever get down to this level that they think there's some type of safety or my liquor store owner can't sell non-alcohol liquor? Who's benefited at, I don't want my legislature involved in that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want my mayor thinking about, whatever, county executive. No. And that's just what you said. Yeah. I I think a lot of this course is bullshit. You know, it's licensing and everything. They always say that the licensing, so they make sure that you're trained inspector, you have some credentials to go to a house and inspect a house. And we're doing it for the poor, unsuspecting couple that's buying a house. I don't buy it. I don't think that the fact that any person came and took this course is going to do a wonderful job for the people. I don't think it's protecting people. You know, if people know, let's say they knew Matt's a contractor, and they said, Matt, would you come and look at my house? And they looked at his house for them. I don't think him getting a license here is helping anybody one bit. I mean, he come here and he could abide by all the rules and regulations,
Mm-hmm.
you know, but I think it's just bullshit.
Yeah.
I really do. I think it's the whole thing. And then if you want to know, like, oh, you don't have to go on a roof, you don't have to do this. Who's got the biggest lobby here? Real estate.
Mm-hmm.
So who where's the focus here? Like, in other words, yeah, don't go on a roof. You don't have to go on a roof. Don't do this. Don't do, you know what I mean? That's the less you do, less you interfere with the deal, right?
Right.
And who's got the lobby to talk to the government and say, you know what, you should put this regulation in. You should put, you know, not me. I'm not buying any $10,000 plane at some politician's dinner, but maybe Coldwell Banker is, you know. Anyhow, I'm out on all that. Like a whole bunch of government programs to help people, right? I mean, how much are we losing in fraud?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, we made all this fraud accessible. Yeah. I mean, and I believe in charity. Yeah. But when I don't know, when government does it, is it really charity? Like they take so much money to administrate this program, how much gets to the people? And you had fraud on top.
A lot of government money goes
Yep.
to people that really didn't deserve it.
Well, I think of it almost like a wheel. Like, I'm a politician. You have some type of charity or something, or a nonprofit or something. Make sure you get your grant. And then you donate to my campaign. And I make sure he gets his grant, and I'm in charge of distributing all this money. And guess what? It's all contributed. I get to stay there, and you be happy, and he'd be happy. I'd be, you know, it's a perpetual motion machine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I like when Bill goes out for a meal. I don't like when they deliver it.
Because
He's gone.
yeah, he's gone.
Yeah,
Can't disturb us.
yeah. That's right.
Not yet.
Well, not only to Starbucks, you know, just. It's
Yes, sir.
loosey goosey.
Yeah.
What else we got?
I'm
And
actually gonna go work at the Rock tomorrow. I gotta shave today.
it sounds like Feynman go work at the Rock.
Mm.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I was the microphone. Yes.
Is that the training center, Rock?
Yes, correct.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Yeah, we spoke about this the last time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I didn't realize
No, I think Bill went out for the meal. We're loose. We're loose.
Okay, very good. Sounds good.
Yeah.
All right.
Anything else with electric?
No, that's pretty much. We did a lot. You did a lot. You know, I chimed in a little bit on my 2 cents. I think a little bit.
Oh yeah.
No, all good.
Yeah. Oh, and then sometimes what I do is I do look at his outlines to see if.
If we missed anything.
Well, sometimes there's a little hint.
Yeah. Hey.
Well, that seems to be water. That's roofs. That's insurance. That's real estate. Solar homes, storm damage, full house mold. 13 watts. Watts current. Home inspectors. Well, you know what those outlet testers are like, right?
Oh yeah, I got one of those.
Yeah. So we get a lot of use out of the outlet testers.
Sure. Why not?
Yeah. You'd be surprised. Like I've gone to houses in Brooklyn that are flipped, and every single outlet was reverse polarity.
Oh.
Every single one in the whole house. I don't know how that happened. I don't know if it's a helper putting the wire. But I mean, it wasn't like 50-50. I mean, every one. It's almost like when an outlet has a brass side and it has the aluminum side.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's almost like somebody got confused and put the hot wire on the aluminum side and neutral on the brass. Because every one was reverse polarity. Yeah, and I tested. I always buy the ones with the button to test the GFI. You'd be shocked at how many GFIs don't trip.
Oh.
And I always test them to see if they trip. Trip here, but like it's almost like a lot of houses will have a GFI in the garage, outside, in the bathroom, so that won't trip. And sometimes they're wired up like there's no ground. So naturally you're not going to trip because what that button does is it sends electrons to the ground.
Mm-hmm.
That's the test. And then it trips. But if there is no ground, it doesn't trip. Oh, and if you have if you never wired a GFI,
Right.
the back of the outlet, it says line load. And if you get them wrong,
Well, then it's not going to work.
it'll trip downstream, but it won't trip that. So this outlet is it's the line load was mixed up. And then it's wired to another outlet. If I trip that outlet will trip.
Mm-hmm.
This one will still, it won't go out. Yeah. That's how it works when you do it backwards. Yeah. Yeah, multimeter, you know what? I used to carry a multimeter. I never used it. I use the outlet tester all the time. I use that thing, like I know Jose used it too. Beep, 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 the voltage tester.
Mm-hmm.
Because like you see, like if you want to see if that outlet works, put your voltage testing, beep, 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 beep. And then, but if you saw wire hanging, like let's say these wires are sticking out of the wall,
Mm-hmm.
if they're live, beep, 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 You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Then, so that we use. We use all the multi-tester.
I got one of those.
Oh, I have one too.
Yeah.
I have an amp meter, but I don't use them at home inspections. I have them. I've driven around with them in my van. Where am I going to use them?
I think they're more useful for other kinds of jobs.
Yes. Yeah. But the outlet the circuit outlet tester, great, use it all the time. And then the voltage test,
Mhm.
great, use it all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. Before I had a new air conditioner put in for my grandma,
Yeah.
we put in the prongs for the multimeter into the wall to see what how it was wired.
Yeah.
And it was
Reverse?
no, it was the 220 to 240, whatever it was.
Yeah.
So we had to look for an air conditioner that was twice
Oh, okay. Yeah.
twice as much power.
Right. Yeah. It's got 110 and 220. Yeah.
Right.
But the outlet is different.
We just wanted to
Yeah,
make sure it was
right.
wired right and
Sure.
it was still connected, still
Right.
working.
All right. I didn't see anything in here. There's a national electric code. You know.
Anything we missed there?
Well, there might be other outlines, but you know, there was like if you were doing something with electric, like you're supposed to have like one hand in your pocket and use your right hand or something so the electricity doesn't run through your heart. You ever hear that?
No, I never heard that.
Like it's like if, let's say you were standing and it was wet and you were going to beat the circuit, you don't use your left hand because there's a path through your heart.
Oh.
So you use your right hand. That's in there. You could probably read
Uh-huh.
about that. But anyhow, there wasn't much here.
I heard it's a lot safer to put the metal covering over the wire instead of the one with the plastic covering. The metal covering is usually better. It's safer.
Yeah, it's on me. Yes.
Uh-huh. It's better than the yellow one.
Well, see, the yellow years ago didn't have yellow, but yellow is so the yellow is
Would you say the metal is
No.
safer?
no, the yellow is a heavier gauge.
Oh.
Yeah, so this is see, everything used to be white. And then
Okay.
they started color coding. So this is like 10 gauge,
Uh-huh.
this is 12 gauge, and this is 14 gauge.
Oh,
Oh, and now they have a blue one. And I think the blue one is a 3-wire one.
Uh-huh.
You have to look.
And that's even thicker?
No, 3-wire is, let's see.
Well, blue wires are usually used for
No, it's brand new.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the blue wire is usually used for the internet.
Oh, no.
Plug into your
No,
laptop.
this is Romex. Look at them. Blue. Blue Romex wire. 14 gauge, 3-wire. Introduced in 2024, so it's friggin' new.
Yeah?
Easily identifies 3-wire conduit wire from 2 conductor wire. So the white is black and white, but it's only two conductors, and a ground.
Mm-hmm.
Blue is black, red, and white, and the ground. Used for 15 amp three-way switches.
Oh, three-way switches, like for
Yeah.
lights.
Well, that's what the three wires are used for.
Uh-huh.
And or circuits requiring a neutral and a travel wire, which is a 3 gauge. The Blue Jacket 600 volt cable is designed for dry indoor residential use. Yeah, so. So, Romex is plastic.
Mm-hmm.
You can't use Romex in high-rise buildings,
Really?
the PVC. Electrical fire, a lot of wires, a lot of floors, a lot of plastic, really serious hazard in the fire.
Uh-huh.
So you can't use it in commercial buildings. So a lot of times commercial buildings have a lot of wiring. So you can only use Romex in New York City in residential buildings. No commercial, no high rise. And buildings 4 stories or less.
Mm-hmm.
So if you had garden apartments, yes. 4-story condos, yes. So it has to be residential, 4 stories or less.
Mm-hmm.
Then they don't have that hazard. A 4-story building has way less wiring than a 26-story building. Yeah. So the more plastics you put in, the more of a hazard you have.
It's a hazard because the plastic could melt?
Yeah, the plastic,
Right.
it's exposed to fire,
Yeah. Sure.
will have a chlorine gas.
Chlorine gas.
Well, polyvinyl chloride.
Ah.
So it breaks down, you got chlorine molecules.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you picture an electrical room in a 26-story building. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking wiring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And the Romex is safe. They used to talk about rats eating the Romex.
The plastic?
Yeah, rats and squirrels.
Uh-huh.
So that's why the city had BX up until like somewhere 1990s or something. So I'll ask. The phone knows everything.
Yeah.
Now, when I was young, so I owned a house in Queens. I had to use armored cable, BX cable. Had to.
The metal one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I sold my house in 1989.
Mm-hmm.
Moved out to Long Island. And I still don't think you were allowed to use Romex. Now you could. Now, when they started using Romex, you could only use Romex in 1 or 2 family buildings. Yeah.
Mm. And what made them decide it was okay suddenly? The rats stopped chewing them, or?
Lobbies, you know,
Okay.
data.
That makes sense.
Let's say if they did have a lot of catastrophes and fires with Romex, then it wouldn't be allowed.
Right.
You know.
Yeah.
And when they first had Romex, they didn't have the ground.
Oh.
So like somewhere in the 50s, 60s, somewhere, they came out with Romex and it just had a black and white. They used to run the ground separate, but it was always dropped somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Romex has been permitted in New York City in very limited applications, specifically 1 and 2 family dwelling. Around 2004 to 2006. It's generally prohibited in multi-family dwellings exceeding 3 floors. In most commercial buildings. This isn't really accurate.
Well, that's New York City.
No, this is outdated. See, they have amendments, you know.
Mm-hmm. But that's only for New York City, right?
Yes,
Yeah. So outside New York City would be different.
yes. Yeah. Now, I done commercial buildings on Long Island, but I don't ever remember seeing Romex water,
In the commercial buildings.
right?
Yeah.
I see conduits
Mm-hmm.
and BX.
Right.
Mostly conduit.
The conduit is the pipe, right?
Yes,
But that's not here.
right.
Mm.
See, this is saying in New York City, residential buildings 3 stories or less.
Mm-hmm.
I thought they changed it, went to 4 stories, but I could be wrong. But I don't remember why I had that figure. What happened is that I went to court to testify for a client that hired me, and I had to really, really be familiar with those laws
Mm-hmm.
because I was stating that the contractors were using the wrong materials, doing it wrong, and you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to read the judge the laws that I was citing from New York City Building Code.
Mm-hmm.
I think I remember 4-story for some reason. Positively 3-story or less you can have it. Maybe 4. I remember 4s you can't have it over 4 stories. Multiple dwelling.
Mm-hmm.
You could have a 3-story multiple dwelling. Use it. 4-story, no. That could be right because I was involved with an apartment on a 5th story. So actually, no, it was a 6-story building. You can't use any Romex. Not like you could use Romex up to the 3rd floor. No.
Uh-huh.
So maybe it's 3 stories or less.
What if someone removes the roof and adds a floor?
Then they'd probably have to abide by the code for the new
They got to remove all the wiring?
Well, if it's 3 stories and they're adding a 4th story, they might, with the architect and lobbyist and building code and what they call a variance. So for this floor, we'll use that. Who knows? That's a good question.
Yeah.
Maybe you should go to law school too. No, I never thought of that question.
Mm.
It would probably never come up in my. Could, but I'd probably have to go to a brownstone in Manhattan that was 3 stories and it put a what do they call that on top?
An extra floor.
Yeah, but they have a special name for it. But my brain is failing me.
Mm.
Yeah.
What is it called when a new floor is added to a building?
Oh, penthouse. That's what I was thinking of. Look up,
It just says extension.
yeah, but penthouse is a luxury apartment on the highest floor of a high-rise building. Premium amenities, large terrace, costing 5%, 15% more than the other units. So your prestige and private, like higher maintenance, elevated rates, and increased exposure to the elements. Okay, so a lot of times, what we would see is like you have a brownstone, and then they put a penthouse on top.
Mm-hmm.
But they also could put a penthouse on the 26th floor too.
Sure.
But almost that top floor was addition to be like a penthouse. Because when they make that addition, it's going to be more modern, more luxurious, sold to a tenant with more
Mm-hmm.
money, and then maybe they'd have a terrace around it that on the roof where they could water some plants or something, like that. So it's more luxurious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. When it's you're gonna go through all this expense, you're gonna put something fucking nice there.
Mm-hmm.
Usually a penthouse. Yeah. But it could be just an addition. So a penthouse would be an addition, but an addition maybe necessarily wouldn't be a penthouse. But anyhow, that was the name that I was looking for.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. A lot of building in Manhattan now. Jeez, everywhere. And when you go through Jersey, you're on a train, so you go to Grand Central,
No, I don't go to Grand Central.
you go to Penn.
Penn Station.
Okay. Yeah. So sometimes you get out of Penn Station, or you never see the light of day above ground.
Sometimes if I feel like I want to
Okay.
look around outside before I get on the next train, if there's a few minutes between trains, I get out.
Okay.
But most of the time, I don't even walk outside, no.
Yeah. And Penn Station's big.
Yeah.
See, I used to go to Penn Station. I worked on 48th and 8th.
Mm-hmm.
So I lived in Queens, but Long Island Railroad line, Rosedale. I'd get on Long Island Railroad and take it to Penn Station.
Mm-hmm.
Was that 34th Street? So
Yeah.
I'd walk up to 48th.
Oh,
But
okay.
it was Scalesville then. hookers all over 8th Avenue.
Oh,
Yeah, it was.
was that before Giuliani?
Yeah,
Oh, that's what I always hear. Giuliani cleaned a lot of that up.
he did. But I was just talking to my friend. He lives in California, and they came to the city. He was at my house yesterday, and with a visit coming to New York, they flew into New York. I think they had to go to Wake. He made a vacation in Manhattan, so he was in Manhattan for a few days. And he said Times Square is getting really bad again. So when I was young,
Uh-huh.
Times Square was a horror. A horror. I used to say if you killed everybody on both sides of the street on 42nd Street, like if you had a machine gun, you murdered it. You wouldn't hit one decent person.
Oh.
It was really bad. It was a zoo. Yeah. Wow. Then Giuliani came and actually cleaned it up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Where you could go there with your family, you could go there with your kids. But I heard I'm not there, so
Yeah.
I heard it's getting shitty again.
I've gone so many times with my dad, my mom and dad, and my family.
Yeah.
We gone to so many different restaurants in New
Yeah.
York.
Yeah.
Because it was safe.
Yes.
And there's a lot of nice places to go.
Yeah.
And even in Penn Station, there's a lot of nice places to eat.
I know. So my granddaughter takes the Long Island Railroad out to visit me.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't drive. She lives in Riverdale. So she just takes the train down to Penn Station. And sometimes at Penn Station, she'll pick up something from a bakery or something.
Sure.
Bring out to my house. Nice stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I buy things and bring it home too.
Now, when I worked there, the conductors on the Long Island Railroad were rude. Well, yeah. Wow. They were tough. You know, if I'd say, oh, where's it? Oh, information's over there. They wouldn't even, that was prevalent, that attitude.
Well, these days you got the phone with all the information. You don't even need to ask anyone.
Yeah. But they were, a lot of times they knew damn well the answer to your question.
Right.
They wouldn't even tell you. They point there. Yeah, they were not. That's good.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Feeding us tonight, Bill.
Poison.
Just like home.
That's what my grandma would say. She's afraid someone's going to poison her.
Really?
But, my mother-in-law used to say, like my wife was telling one time, she was stuffing the bird on Thanksgiving. And my wife is saying, "Ma, you can't put the stuffing in tonight. You have to make the stuffing separate. They don't put it in the bird and leave it in the refrigerator because you could get bacteria in the stuffing and everything."
Right.
And my mother-in-law had a good answer. She goes, "You're still here, ain't you?"
Yeah. Let's check tomorrow morning.
Tell me not to do something like this. You're 40 years old and you're still here. So. A little truth.
Well, it's the same thing you could say about the wiring in the kitchen. It's worked this far.
Well, but times have changed. There's more amps being used.
Uh-huh, I know.
Yeah. No, yeah, and you're right. I'm not saying my mother-in-law was right. Just she was always very cute with her answers.
Mm-hmm.
You're still here, Doesn't mean that she didn't listen to my wife,
Mm-hmm.
you know, but you know what I mean. It was always you know. Don't tell me.
Yeah.
Ma, it's not pronounced. That's not the word. You know what I'm talking about.
Right. Right.
She's right. We didn't know what she was talking about. We're gonna eat dinner, Jose. little past the Great Adventure. There's
Yeah.
one past, so it's south of there. And then there's one by Delaware.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. My wife likes Cracker Barrel. Yeah. I don't mind it. It's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I made a lot of money from Cracker Barrel.
You did?
Yeah, with the stocks.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I never thought of it then. Yeah. How's it doing now?
I sold
Yeah.
it because it looks like it's going down now. So I figured take the profit before
Yeah, good.
it probably goes down.
Yeah, I would think the same thing.
It went up in the last few days,
Yeah.
and I don't think it's going to go much higher.
Okay.
So, yeah, I make money on the stocks every year. Pick a good one.
Well, that's what you should do. Yeah, make your money work for you.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I always thought when I was young, you just work and work and work and you'll be okay.
Before I ever went to work, my dad said some people trade stocks all day
Yes.
and they never need to work.
Yeah.
It's a good idea to try doing that.
Yeah, there was a guy across the street from me called me. Was a day trader. He was a pastor in some church.
Mm-hmm.
But his main living, I think, was being a day trader in his basement or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know how well he did it.
You can tell them it's dinner time.
Oh, okay. We're going to take a break, Jose. A dinner
Yeah.
break.
You said that a few minutes ago. I thought we was ready,
Yeah. Oh, okay.
but then he said it's not ready.
You could have the top napkin, Bill. I'll have one. I'll have one below that. Or maybe two below.
But I missed it.
Yeah.
Don't worry. You'll never starve around here.
Oh yeah, I know.
Oh,
There's a really nice Chinese buffet right near my house, a Dynasty buffet.
yeah. We had a Chinese by me. It's been recently renovated, but its name was Dynasty.
Uh-huh.
But it's not Dynasty anymore. It's like Halo or something. Hello, it's some sushi. You know, the Chinese menu isn't that much now. Yeah.
Oh, they don't make as many variety as it used to be?
Yeah, it's very good. Yeah, it's totally renovated. It's a different restaurant,
Mm-hmm.
and then they do have sushi, and what if they have Japanese too?
Well, sushi is Japanese.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, no, but I mean Japanese dishes too, like Chinese, Japanese restaurant. Yeah. And my family likes sushi a lot. Wow.
Everything's sorted out. Right? Everything's sorted out.
Sorted out.
This may help you.
Sure. Oh, no.
It was kind of like this, kind of, right? It wasn't more, it's Filipino connection. It's pretty good. At least that, yeah.
I usually put rice with Costco vegetables.
Yeah.
I like mine. That's the only. I gave it to my friend. She said it's too Italian.
Yeah. Thanks, Phil.
You're welcome.
Something different, right?
Yeah. It's a good place. It's Wawa, all the way down on Montauk Highway.
Wow.
Yeah. Not far from the high school there. It's, the Amityville High School.
Uh-huh. And where do you live? Amityville or Copac?
Amityville, yeah. Yeah, not too far from here. That was a good move I made from there to here, just
Wow.
to commute from the other
Oh,
place. Yeah, I mean, it was other reasons too, but generally it's working out.
what?
Generally it's working out.
Well-
Just need more students.
I used to live in Comac, so that wasn't too bad.
Yeah, yeah.
But this is better than hunting.
Oh,
For me,
yeah,
way better.
way better.
Thank you very much.
So you ever had wonton soup before?
I don't think so. Is it beef inside?
Yeah.
All right. So
That's good.
I guess it's not much different than dumplings.
No, that's not. When I was a kid, and you had Chinese food, they were big on pistachio ice cream.
Mm-hmm. Ice cream at a Chinese place?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, it was the green pistachio ice cream with pistachio nuts.
Mm-hmm.
So when we were kids, what kind of ice cream did they have with the Chinese food?
Ice cream?
Yeah.
I don't remember ice cream with Chinese food.
Pistachio?
The-
They were always in Chinese restaurants. You know.
I don't remember it that way. All I know is, I grew up in Syosset. And occasionally we go and visit my cousins in, not Franklin Square,
New Hyde Park,
no,
Valley Stream.
Valley Stream, okay? And we pass a Carvel. And my father said, "Oh, we will stop at the next one." He promised us that we're going to have the Carvel, you know. So, and then he said, then another one goes by, right? Okay, finally, you know, he condensing this. Finally, he drives the car, he stays in the car, and he says, "I want anything but chocolate or vanilla." Okay? In those days, that was hard to find that. Almost all just chocolate or vanilla.
My mother-in-law called it custard.
Hmm?
My mother-in-law called it custard. Can we get a custard?
Oh, really?
Custard stand, we go to custard stand.
I never knew custard was the same as ice cream.
That's what she called it.
Yeah, but I mean, I thought it was something different.
Most people that I know anyway, growing up, you know, it was very different, yeah.
Sometimes when I get Chinese food takeout at my house, I put the rice in the soup. You do too?
Not so much.
Yeah, we're picking up the soup.
I've seen them on, I might put it with the, with the other stuff, though.
Yeah.
This is lo mein.
Right.
Yeah. In the soup, no, but they have the little strands of pork, I guess, you know?
What?
They have the wonton soup.
Yeah.
Has these little strands of,
Greens.
yeah, some greens, and there were also a little bit of pork strips, very thin.
Oh yeah, right. How'd Rob do last week with the report writing? All right?
No,
No?
no, it was, I had to end up canceling it,
Oh,
yeah.
He couldn't figure out the computer without me.
And, Rob was, pretty good about it.
how come he gets cancellation?
Hmm?
How come he gets cancellation?
I don't know. The combination of,
We gotta spread that stuff around.
the combination of,
Nobody was here?
mechanical problems.
Yeah.
He didn't come last week.
Right.
It would have been a big help, but, kept to reschedule that. Still very busy, right? It's always busy.
Who's that, Rob?
Yeah,
Yeah. Well, he works at it.
Hmm?
He works at it.
oh, yeah.
Yeah. It was good. That's a good place.
Hope you like it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's a good place.
need some cough drops?
Not really. Nothing seems to help. So yeah, it's like a side effect of the treatments I have to take. I'm hoping it fucking goes away. I'm not taking treatments anymore. I think I drive my wife crazy.
Mm. Actually, this isn't even real soy sauce. It's artificially flavored.
Gotta have a fortune cookie.
Mm.
Yeah. You gotta read them out loud.
Of course. Yeah, thank you.
Not lucky number.
Lucky number.
I know this is bullshit. Your family will bring you joy and support in April. Oh,
Wow. Oh no, that's one from last April.
Mm.
this says learn Chinese. Spoon is Jin. Sound right?
What'd you say?
Spoon, Jin.
I don't know.
Well, you have to take my word.
Boy, puts me in dangerous territory.
Don't miss out on your chance to win big. Oh, boy. May your life be a masterpiece painted with the colors of blessings.
phone was dead.
What's your fortune say?
May your life be a masterpiece painted with the colors of blessings.
Pretty good. That's interesting. Want to read that
You will be free of the heavy burdens you have been carrying. So why'd he give it to me?
out? Because you're the heavy burden.
Yeah, that's why I got to refresh it. Now I'm not gonna tell you your lucky number.
Lucky number. Oh, God. Did you hear it?
Yeah. You'll be free of the heavy burdens you've been carrying.
Not much here. Okay.
This one? You can have some.
This is from the soup.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Let's see.
Get your phone, are you on, can you see this picture?
Uh,
No picture?
See your face.
Oh boy. All right.
Am I doing something wrong here?
No. Probably me. Okay. Okay. Share screen. All right, now I think you can probably see it.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
Just as easily stand over there. But.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah. So this is a sub panel.
Mm-hmm.
We could see like all the neutrals are on one bar, and the grounds are over here on this bar. And this bar is grounded to the
panel.
the panel, and here's probably the ground wire that goes with the hots.
Mm-hmm.
And so all the Romex grounds come in here. So now you see this bar is on a plastic material.
Mm-hmm.
See, so there's plastic screwed to the box, so there's no conductors. And those neutrals are not connected to the ground. So the grounds and neutrals are separated.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then there's no shut-off here. The shut-off is in the main panel for this sub-panel. We can't tell by the wire how many amps it is. And you see all these are the arc fault I was telling you about.
Where?
Like the little buttons here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those are arc fault interrupters. So, I don't know where I got this picture from, obviously from one of my. Now, look at that. Now you walk around the outside of this house, you see this. This is all rusty. This is small, rusty. This is so.
That meter is supposed to be covered.
No, it's in a box. It's covered. But the what happens is you walk around inside this house, you see this.
Mm-hmm.
You know an electrician has not been at that house
For a
long,
long
time.
Yeah. It's not supposed to look rusty like that.
No, it's not. But any electrician, if they called him and said, "Oh, I need this, I need that," it goes, "First, you're going to need new service."
New service?
Yeah, that's what they call
The box.
well, yeah, the service usually means after the drop hits the house, all this with the owner of the house is responsible to put in the meter pad. Like, let's say that they're due for a new meter pad, probably be for 200 amp.
Mm-hmm.
The electrician puts up the meter pad, and then PSC&G inspects it and puts their meter in.
Mm-hmm.
But the homeowner has to pay. Like, that doesn't seem right. Like, why should I have to buy the pad for you to put the meter in? But that's the way it is.
That's what it is.
Yeah. All right. So when you come up to this house, this is going to be one of the problems with this house. They're going to need a lot of electrical work.
Mm-hmm.
They haven't had any upgrades. It looks like they never had an electrician the whole time they were here. So one time I was looking at something like this, it was worse than this. And the person buying the house, the wife said to me, how do you think the electric is inside? I said to her, how do you think it is? And she knew the answer, like, it's gonna be bad, and it was. I don't have many pictures like that here. It's, that's pretty bad. Rust and electrified wood don't like that. It's allowed. We don't even like this rusty. So this underground cable comes up here. A lot of times, this is rusty too. So when you see rust like this, and this is what I was talking about, when cables are underneath the ground, you need a conduit like this.
Mhm.
You can't have this wire just come out of the ground and into the house. It's got to be protected like that. Now, yeah, what I would say if I just came across and inspecting a house now, it looks like this. There's a lot of rust outside on the meter pan and conduit. I think electrician should further investigate and see if there's rust outside, if there's rust inside.
Right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, so you don't ignore things like that. Because what you're setting yourself up for is if somebody comes and there's problems, well, couldn't the inspector tell you could have problems? Like in other words, once somebody finds a problem,
Right.
they all knew it was there all the time. Right? In other words, I could have told you by looking at that you would have problems inside because you have problems inside. If there were no problems inside, then he couldn't tell. But
Right.
they're all going to come from that perspective. The inspector should have known.
Yeah.
Right. So there's no defense for it. See, these are, remember I talked about Pushmatic? This is an old Pushmatic box. And what you do is you don't trip these circuit breakers, like throw them back and forth. You push them. So when they're in, they're live. And when you push them, they're off. Let's see if I can increase it. See, this push, they call it Pushmatic. So you would push this in with your thumb, just push it in. And what it would do, it would pop and then the circuit breaker's off.
And then how do you make it to come back out again?
When it comes out, it's off.
Oh.
That's in. You push it in more and then it pops out.
Uh-huh.
Hence Pushmatic. But now you just see this Pushmatic and development. They're really, really outdated. It's hard to find the Pushmatic breakers. And what you can say is you should have your electrician look at this, anticipate putting in a whole new panel.
So they're not safe enough, or?
Could be kind of due to age. My phone's dead. Look up on your phone, Pushmatic. This Pushmatic panels. Let's see what they say.
Pushmatic panels. Often branded as Bulldog, are obsolete 1950s to 1970s electric panels known for push-button breakers. While durably built, they are considered less safe today due to the stiff, unreliable breaker mechanisms that fail to trip, posing fire hazards, and a lack of modern safety features. Replacement is often recommended, though some still function.
Yeah. So that's why you have to get their electrician involved.
Because it's not reliable.
Right, and if their electrician says, oh, I looked at it, it's okay. You don't have to argue with them, you just say, well, like, some of them are outdated. You could even be on the property and show that text to your client. I mean, that's where you get it from. You're not making it up.
Right.
Yeah, or you could have your client take a phone and just ask your phone about pushmatic panels, because that's what you have.
Mm-hmm.
And what happens, they buy the house, they anticipate replacing it. You wouldn't want them to do anything else but anticipate replacing it. You're misleading them if you think, well, you'll get another 10 years out of this. Not, yeah. You just wouldn't check a satisfactory. You're discussing the age and reported problems with them. Sometimes they're unreliable. So you want to raise your kids and you have this panel in the house that's sometimes unreliable?
Mm.
What else can you tell? Hey, some people are risk takers. Yeah, you guys just don't have kids. Well, good. Fuck you. Keep them.
Mm.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah, we're out of there. Okay. See, that's what the pushmatic looks like, a little closer view.
Mm-hmm.
You just push it. Yeah. So this is 4 breakers that we're looking at here. And remember what I told you about? It's hard to, when you're looking at the breakers, the black wire, it's hard to see what metal the black wire is because it goes underneath the screw and it's not showing.
Mm-hmm.
But on the neutral bar, it's much easier. Now, when you see something like this, and you see rust,
Mm-hmm.
look at it.
Well, rust is never good.
Correct. That's right. Not all electric. See, all these circuit breakers are spring loaded.
Mm-hmm.
Is the spring inside, Rusty? Who would? So you just point that out, and maybe the electrician will pop this circuit breaker and put a new one in.
Mm-hmm.
But rust and corrosion, almost like the corrosion on the battery on your car, or something, doesn't start. The corrosion needs to be cleaned up.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Even the rust in the pan like this. That's not the pan, the bottom of the panel. We don't want that. Is that the garage door? Sure, looks like it, doesn't it?
Mm.
We don't want that. You remember what I was saying about the birds?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. How the heck you got to put a new wire on this bar or something,
All looks like a mess.
Yeah. But look at this. This is the main breaker, probably 100 amp. Yeah, it says 100 amp. You see it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then this is 50 amp. See, they call this a double pole breaker. So it's got 2 poles. And then there's a splice that holds them together.
Mm-hmm.
One trips, they both trip.
And each side is a different pole.
Yeah.
The left side and the right side.
And then this is supposed to keep them together. One trips, they both trip. This is considered this is for the range for the stove.
Mm-hmm.
This is considered this is a single pole breaker.
Mm-hmm.
So when this shuts off, the whole breaker is off. But like, let's say these are considered a little less safe. The guy was talking the other night. I'm sure you were here. You've been here for my appearances. And remember the guy was talking about single pole and double pole? He points out the double pole. I said, I never really did. Yeah. And this is 100 amp. 100 amp is pretty small today. Most of the time, we're going to come across 100 amp. Anticipate replacing this.
It's usually more like 300.
No, 2.
Hmm.
Like, let's say if it was 150, then you might not say anything. But 100 amp. Kind of. Well, that was enough of that. You're sharing your screen. Okay. Let's see what electric we have here. We got corrosion here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we don't like that. Corrosion's a gum.
That looks like calcium.
Yeah, but that's corrosion looks like. Just like, are you familiar with the terminals on a car battery?
Mm-hmm.
They get the same thing. It's like oxidized or salt or whatever. It's just all goes under the category as corrosion. There's corrosion on the main breakers. Have an electrician check it. See this picture here? I think we picked up some aluminum wiring. Oh, you know what's a tip that it's aluminum wiring? The purple connector. Anybody tell you can connect purple with aluminum?
Yeah, I don't usually see purple connectors.
Yeah. Okay.
I usually see red ones.
I hate to keep breaking your chops,
Mm-hmm.
but ask your phone what a purple connector is used for electric wiring. So you don't even need me. Just need your phone.
What are purple connectors used for in electric box wiring?
Connectors safely join aluminum and copper wires in electrical boxes. They prevent corrosion and oxidation, which can cause dangerous heat buildup and potential fire hazards.
Right?
You could use my battery to charge your phone.
Oh, I see.
You want to try it?
No, I don't think I need it. I'm getting up there, and when I go to my car, I'll just in my car. I'd rather just save the charger.
I got the big battery.
I was neglectful. That's why it went down. I knew when I came here, I started here with like 40,
40%, yeah.
yeah. And then I just thought of putting it on when I got here. Neglected.
Yeah, when I have a battery this big, I can walk out of the house and charge after I leave the house.
Yeah. I have them. I don't have it, but I have an inflator in my car, which is storage.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have like a charger that I could lay my phone on.
Mm-hmm.
And
The wireless charger, right?
yes, yeah. And now I could load up that wireless charger, or I could leave it plugged in and put my phone on.
Mm.
Then I have a little hand warmer that's a charger. Yeah. And that's with the car, but I think my car's got to be on.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, some cars some of the outlets will charge a phone or something like that with the key off.
And then if you forget to
Oh,
unplug them, then the battery goes dead.
Yeah. But I got one of them portable boosts. The battery goes down. I just put that on the battery. They work great. They work really good. Yeah. It seems that's better than a jump from another car.
Mm.
Well, I guess they're made to start the car. So anyhow, also we looked, there was that little tiny part of the panel, and we know we have aluminum wiring.
Yeah, that's right.
Yep. And then that's key. That you at that house and you picked up that there's aluminum wiring at that house. You don't have to analyze all the circuits that are aluminum or what they're being used for and everything. What you say is that you're recommending that the aluminum circuits be looked at by a licensed electrician before you buy the house.
Because they could be corroded.
Well, there's lots of things. It was just saying that they heat up and they could corrode, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you would think that certain things shouldn't be on aluminum circuit. Certainly, like if your toaster would not like on aluminum wiring, because toaster uses a lot of electricity and that may heat up
Mm-hmm.
the wire. So you need a licensed electrician to see where this aluminum is feeding, and if it's pigtailed, we do not. In other words, once we find aluminum wiring in a house, you wouldn't expect me to take the covers off every outlet, look inside,
Mm-hmm.
and see if everything's pigtailed or something. That's a job. In other words, that's a job for an electrician to come and find out when he's estimating how much work he has to do to make
Right.
the electrical circuits in this house safe. There's another thing. One electrician, they come to the house and say, well, I'm going to put these purple wires on and, I'll make sure everything's pigtailed and safe for you. Another electrician say, I don't work with aluminum wire. I'm going to replace it all with copper.
Mm-hmm.
Now, one's very expensive. The one that wants to replace the wiring.
Mm-hmm.
But when you're my client, you buy the house, I don't know who your electrician is. But I certainly don't want to get into a pissing contest with him. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
He's a licensed electrician. I don't want to say, well, you could pigtail, you could do this. I don't have to have that fight.
Mm-hmm.
I picked up that there's aluminum wiring. You call your electrician and you get an estimate. He convinces you what's safest for your house. And that's your estimate.
Mm-hmm.
So we avoid saying that should be pigtailed.
Right.
The aluminum circuit should be checked
Mm-hmm.
because there's a history with aluminum of problems. If you want, go on your phone, you can pick up a link, send it to your client, or this is where I'm getting this information from. I usually don't do that. I just tell them, look it over with your electrician.
How often do you see aluminum wire?
Enough that you have to. I mean, I work on Long Island. Like I said, it's getting less and less, but it's still there. Sometimes the whole house is wired up with aluminum, and there was like 12 aluminum circuits. Now today they have 2,
Right.
but it's still there. Yeah. Does it come to where the house had aluminum wiring and somebody said it was all done, and yet I'm finding some remnants of aluminum wiring live? Yeah. Well, they didn't get these. Yeah. So I had that at a flip test. When I pointed to my client was aluminum wiring. And then the owner had told the client, I have my electrician, all this is been changed. No, it's not changed. Yeah. So maybe the electrician thought he changed everything and missed a few things. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that we're just reporting the facts,
Facts don't care about your feelings.
Well, we don't have to, I don't have to go up against a licensed electrician. I told you, consult your licensed electrician. He said it's okay. Okay with me. Did he put it in writing? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Right? I told you to consult a professional. You consulted a professional. He said it's okay. I'm fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's all you got to do.
No. Like, yes, even if I was a licensed electrician, I still don't have to get to that pissing contest. I inspected the house, and this is what I found, and I'm not going to do the work, so consult the guy that's doing the work, and if he says there's no work to do, there are some things where I advise people, like they'll come back and say, well, they're going to fix that. I said, fine, get a letterhead from the company that fixed it. They put it in good service. It's important, because if they say they fixed it, you move in, you have a problem. What's your resource? You don't even know who fixed it. What? You have nothing. But if you had like a letterhead from a licensed electrician, or it could be a licensed plumber, and you had a letterhead, and a month before I bought the house, you said everything was okay, and you examined it. Now, obviously, you did a cursory, but I think when you get a letterhead, you're always on safe ground. Just picture yourself as a business owner.
Mm-hmm.
And I hired you to look at the electrician, at the electric, and you say everything is good, and you put on your letterhead, everything is good. There's no motivation for you to put that if everything isn't good.
Yeah.
Yeah. People don't like to put things in writing. Wait a minute, Mary better think about it. Look. But people do like to say, I have my electrician here, he said everything's fine. In writing. That's why I like the letterhead. So that's why I would advise my clients, tell your attorney what I said. See if the attorney doesn't agree. And tell you, I don't know, some people really, really believe what they say, everything's okay. But still, if it's not in writing, it's a he say, she said or something. Do you know what I mean?
That proves it.
Yeah, I didn't say.
You have a record.
Yeah. He didn't really call me for that. You got no picture of me. Well, got a date here that you looked at. You examine it.
Mhm.
My guy's here saying this had to be here 2 months ago. This didn't just happen yesterday. You know, we haven't even been in the attic yet.
Mhm.
We didn't do it. You missed it. Yeah. And I'm not saying that there's controversies. But when there is a controversy, you'll wish you covered your ass. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I mean, there's the homeowner. I'm advocating for. I mean, you know, my client that's buying a home is going to become a homeowner. I'm advocating for him. People say this is okay. Yeah, this is a scenario that happens a lot. Like you see an addition on the house, you say, "Is that on the C of O?" Yes, they told me everything's on the C of O. It's up to date.
Mhm.
You got it right. I mean, I think you're crazy if you don't.
Mhm.
That's what are you going to go to court and say they said everything was right? I'll tell you that. They said you were on your own, as is.
Mhm.
But once it's in writing, you know what I mean? Oh, yeah. Yeah. They you hate for your clients that paid you to go into a house and then you could have told them something and then it came up and you wish you told them. Yeah, it don't feel as good.
Mm. If you could think of it, you need to say it.
Yeah, and you could think it over.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Should I say that to him? Yeah. But usually my rule of thumb was, well, if I would tell my own kid, if my kid was buying his house, would I tell him that?
Mhm.
Get it in writing? I'm going to tell my client.
Mhm.
Yeah. See, um, some home inspectors might have a different view. Like they don't want to bring up anything. See, a lot of them get their referrals from real estate, and they don't want to throw any. You know what I mean? Well, see, well, that's not my business. You know what I mean? I'm just there to look at that. They have, maybe they're rationalizing, or maybe that's the way they do business. But yeah, but
Certificate of occupancy.
yeah.
Who gives that? The city hall or?
Well, some people don't live in a city; they live in a village, municipality. You know.
The village hall?
Well, some people don't live in a village. That's what I'm saying. Yes, but it's whoever makes the local regulations. You know, like a lot of times you would live in Nassau County, and the county would give a C of O. I think the towns though, like the town of Oyster Bay, the town of Hempstead, the town of North Hempstead, the town of Brookhaven, you know, they
Mhm.
each town usually would give the C of O.
Mhm.
You want to put an addition on your house, you go to the town, and the town gives you looks at your plans you submit, give you a permit, and they give you permission to build, and then you build, and then they come back and they do inspections when the walls are not enclosed. And they look at your insulation, your wiring, your plumbing, or something. And they do several inspections. They do inspection with the walls down. They do inspection with the walls up. And, you know, they do their plumbing, electrical. And a lot of times today they do insulation inspection. The walls are down and see how you insulate. You might have to insulate to their regulations. You know, R22, whatever the town says.
Mm.
But usually the architect that makes the design knows that. You know, that's his job to know the codes and draw it up and submit the plans with abides by all codes. Then they look at the plans. If the town, if they approve the plans, everything's good to go.
Hmm.
And once you get the C of O, you kind of, it's been inspected by the town. And then you don't have to upgrade that C of O, that day, 2026, you got the C of O, and unless you make another change, you're good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But you'll see, sometimes you go around like, they have a deck on his house, the second story. Doesn't look like it's connected right. Doesn't look like the footings don't look right. Is there a C of O for this?
Maybe there was at one time, but
No.
it rotted
Then
away.
it probably would have been constructed right.
Oh, yeah.
So you get a little feel for that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I say, you got your camera, you can take pictures, show it to a friend that does construction or something. Is this deck connected to the house right? I should have the joist hangers should be bolted to the house. If they have a ledger on the house, the footing should be up. Like if it's holding a column, it should be up out of the ground. Like not the column shouldn't be going into the ground. Wood or steel shouldn't be going into the ground. The ground is always a source of moisture.
Hmm.
So that's why you like that cement up out of the ground.
Oh.
Yeah.
And what's the joist hanger?
Those looks like stirrups. Joist hanger. So you can see.
Oh, it's like connecting the two pieces of wood.
Yeah, so it looks like a stirrup, right?
Yeah.
That you would connect and the joist would sit in it,
Right.
and then it would be nailed to the joist, yeah.
Hmm.
But see, you have a ledger on the house, right? And then the joist or on joist hangers come out and sit on a beam.
Mm-hmm.
So it's supported there, depending on the size of the joint. If you have like a 6-foot deck, maybe you'd have 2x6s.
Mm-hmm.
The 8-foot deck, you might have 2x8s. There's no similarity. There's no relationship with 2x8 and you use it 8 feet. 2x8 could go 10 feet. It depends on. And then you space 16 inches apart or 12 inches apart. All these things. If you have a C of O, there's a design. Somebody designed it to support this load.
Mm-hmm.
Like an architect stamped it. Yeah. And town approved it. If they said, no, for this span, we want 2x10s, so 2x10s.
Right.
That's how these decisions are made. Oh, you know what? I want to look at here. Oh. I had my. I was muted. I was sharing my screen, but I was muted. Oh, and yeah. So Jose missed out on a whole part of the lecture. I was sharing my screen, but I was muted. Jose, sorry. I wasn't seeing it.
Not in here.
Yeah, no, but you didn't hear what I was talking. I was talking to Benjamin and showing pictures, and we were discussing. We had we saw some electrical pictures with rust, and we were talking about aluminum wiring, and that was in the picture. So, I guess you'll get over it.
It'll be fine. I just done an inspection today. I found my fair share of electrical deficiencies, rust in the panel, double taps.
Yep.
Yeah. It's double tap. I always enjoy seeing the double tap into the main service entry table. Double tap right.
Oh wow! Yeah.
So I actually find that pretty awesome.
Yeah. It's crazy, right? It's like I would never do that. I don't know. Like, it's hard to explain how that came to be. It's just, people think they can do things because they know a little. I guess that's how it is. Like, you couldn't be an electrician and go do that to somebody. Just put in another circuit breaker. He's talking about that the main cables come in. People put added wires behind that, to take juice from it.
To steal the power.
Not steal. They're paying it. It's after the meter, but you can't have two wires behind it. When something's made for one wire, it's made for one wire.
Right.
That's a connection.
Uh-huh.
You don't put another wire in there to get juice.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Well, I remember there was someone who said to me when I was trying to say, you could get solar to make your own electric. He said he doesn't need to worry about that because he's got wires going around the meter, and so this way he pays as little as possible.
He could go to jail for that if he gets caught. People that do things like that, they think they're never going to get caught.
Mm-hmm.
You don't do it, and I don't do it. Bill doesn't. Normal people don't do it because they think they're going to get caught, and they're right. We don't go to jail. People that think they're not going to get caught do. It happens all the time.
What are they doing?
Jumping the meter. So in other words, they're stealing power before it's not going through their meter, it's going around their meter. Yeah, it's hazardous, but they're stealing from PSE&G.
Of course.
That's big money today.
Uh-huh.
But what are they stealing? And they're all so stupid. They don't steal $20 a month. Where maybe they're not going to get caught. They steal $200 a month. Or something.
That's right.
Yeah, so they're all. But that's a mentality of. All the people in jail never thought they were going to be in jail. But
there's a few stories where people thought it was worth going to jail.
okay.
Yeah.
But they still didn't think they were going to jail. They took that risk. Maybe they knew it was a possibility.
Yeah.
But it wasn't a sure thing, so they were thinking they weren't going. Now they went and said, well, I did okay. It's not a bad trade-off, and I calculated that, but that's almost the difference between criminals and us. They think they're not going to get caught. I'm not saying I would do something. If I knew I wouldn't get caught, I would do it. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I know damn well if I did it, whatever my motivation was, that I'd probably get caught and go to jail. And these other people think they're not. They think they're going to get away with it.
Mm.
And a lot of times they do for a long period of time. But then when they do get caught, They want sympathy.
Yeah, but he was bragging to me.
Yeah.
Like, I could call the police right there.
So let's say if you were doing that, would you be bragging? I feel insulted when somebody brags to me how they stole. Fuck me. What
Yeah.
makes you think that I'd be interested in? You know, like you took your kid in a stroller and you put fucking, you know, a pork loin underneath his blanket to steal.
Yeah.
Hey, what are you telling me that for? What do you think? I'm fucking like that? So you bragging? You know, I find it an insult. You should be withholding that from me.
Mm.
You know, I should be the kind of person you have respect for, and you wouldn't be ashamed to tell me that. So I don't, not flattered. But there's people like that.
Right.
Years ago, the guy come in the bar and be bragging about he worked at JFK and all the shit he stole. Don't you and your friends get the fuck out of here? You know what I mean? Get no use for it.
Mm.
Yeah. I didn't like I didn't like if you said I was walking from the train and I met this guy and he sold me this, you know, something that he stole. Just, you know what I mean? Hot. You got this great deal. I don't think we should be fences for people like that.
Right.
Yeah, because you bought it. Maybe he stole it out of my car. You know. Yeah. I just don't.
Some parts of Manhattan, you could see they got a little table with headphones or whatever box of stuff. Looks like it's probably something they stole. Take a look. Don't you want to buy?
Years ago, they used to have like trucks come by a work site and stuff. Or whatever. We always. You want to look at that? And it was supposed to be out. Maybe even sometimes it wasn't out. You know, but you're going to get a great deal of it.
Mm.
Sometimes you took it home and had one long sleeve, one short sleeve. I lived in Brooklyn when the guy was saying somebody, had like Santa Clauses or something, and then, they had the long music box in it. It was like, here comes Peter Cottontail. Up in the corner, it's all screwed up. Spanish people put the wrong boxes in and something. So
Almost like a dumb book.
yeah. But you remember that, right? They got, they had
About that.
people coming around selling hot stuff and,
Yeah, sure.
scamming you.
Of course. Yeah.
I remember a guy buying one long sleeve shirt and the shirt had a short sleeve. Show him a nice shirt in the bottom.
No, on Long Island you didn't see that much. But in the city, yeah.
Yeah, I worked in manholes in the city. Come around the website. We do nothing for anything. Let's see what, Colonial House, they were two car garage. Let's see. Their electric should be. Oh, yeah. There's a big car pack. Pardon?
Uh-oh.
A little deterioration at the trim for the garage door. See, we don't like this, I'm sure that picture because that siding's too close to the ground. So if you're walking around the house and the siding's this close to the ground, then you would like to be inside. Like if it had a basement or something, and look at that sill, or look at that area. Sometimes it's on a slab. But see, this is too, we don't want the siding touching it. See, insects could come right from that soil right underneath the siding. And moisture too. You can't keep the moisture from coming. Oh, this is no good. This is really no good. This, wow. So the plastic jacket came off.
Mm-hmm.
It's totally, that's a real hazard. And that's the ground. And it cannot go underneath the soffit. This wire has to be seen the light of day. Can't be underneath the siding, behind the siding, underneath the soffit. It has to be totally exposed. This is a real shit show. In other words, this is gone. The electric service on this house needs a licensed electrician immediately. Don't ever go further buying this house until you get an estimate or the owner gets it fixed by a licensed electrician. But this got to be addressed. You can't just buy the house and then go see how much it costs. And it's a flag that the people are very neglectful of the electrical.
Well, yeah, because there's something obviously wrong with that if you just look at it. And they
Yeah.
never did anything.
No. Yeah, so this brick mold is kind of cheap stuff, isn't it? Yeah, it's coming apart. Yeah, right. You know, you could recommend that they put a cover on the oil tank, you know, like a fiberglass cover. They
Mhm.
make them. They look like a little shed, you know, made out of fiberglass. Perfect, made specifically to cover that, so it's not getting deteriorated by the elements. Looks like I'm looking down on the roof or something. Cover the roofs.
Is that like a chimney?
No. I can't remember. But doesn't it look like I'm looking down a shaft or something?
Yeah. And it's full of leaves. They got to clean that out.
Yeah.
Is that a chimney or what is it?
I don't know. This is a shed. Not bad. That's the turkey roaster, you know, for the when you deep fry your turkey.
Uh-huh.
So it's probably in a shed. There's some electric hanging out in there. garage. Yeah, this don't look good here. What happened here, that somebody cut the wire and then they just spliced it together and taped it up or something, but that has to be addressed.
That looks like it could fall apart when the garage door comes down.
Yeah, it's hazardous.
Well, yeah.
It's live wire, it's taped, and it's right by the metal for the door.
Well, it doesn't look secure, and if the tape
Yeah.
comes off, it could
Yeah.
spark.
Oh, yeah. So that has to be addressed. Now I'm up in the attic. You could see that this is the outside sheathing on the house.
Uh-huh.
That's sheetrock. That's sheetrock sheathing. Looks like the wiring here isn't it? Looks like something's hanging, doesn't it? Hanging past the window here.
All right.
That's where the water meter is. Look at the rule stating. Oh, that's old. Hot water boiler. And then they get the hot water. This is a coil in the boiler. Well, this stuff is kind of old and not that well maintained.
It looks very rusty.
Yeah.
At the very least, they would need to clean it up.
Yeah. But I would imagine these, there's a coil in the boiler.
Mm-hmm.
And these are, this is thermodynamics series boiler. It's not, it was never top of the line. So it's, doesn't look well maintained. We could certainly put that in the report
Mm-hmm.
and should be examined before you buy the house. You know what I say sometimes? Ask the homeowner to have the boiler serviced prior to you getting it, and get a letterhead that it was up and running properly.
Mm-hmm.
Because it certainly doesn't look like there is a service tag here. But maybe that's several years old too.
Can you see the year on it?
Could I usually when there's a tag here when I'm doing the inspection, sometimes I could focus in on this tag and get
Yeah, you can see it.
you see the year?
Yeah. Scroll a little bit.
Here, on the tag.
Yeah, on the tag, you can see the year.
Yeah, that was
2/17.
15, it looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about that. I thought you were talking about the year and the manufacturer of the
No.
boiler, because sometimes you get the serial number off the boiler,
Uh-huh.
and you could go to thermodynamics. How do you look up the date of manufacture from the serial number? And they give you the pattern.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I was just figuring if it was, if you look at what year it was serviced, you get an idea of the last time someone said it was okay.
Yeah, and it's due for service.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have it serviced before you buy it. It's a panel. It doesn't look like the greatest, doesn't look like the worst, So that's the neutral. See, this is the neutral wire. It says neutral there. So this is the hot, and the neutral. Okay. Oops. Let's see. No, we can't tell. A lot of times that.
Service
Yeah, that's
disconnect.
200. I could see it's 200. I could decipher that this says 200, 200.
Where? On the right side of the button?
Yeah, come here. I think you'll be able to see because I see it without my glasses. See right here. If you look real close here, you see the 200?
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought you meant on the right.
Yeah.
But yeah. Yeah, I can see.
But you could kind of tell just from the size that it was 200 now.
Okay.
See that usually the box that's that big a rectangle is 200 amp. You saw a couple of 100 amp panels. It's smaller. So it's a large panel. It's usually 200 amp. So there's a stain here. It's by perhaps the air conditioning register.
Mm-hmm.
So there might be something
Dripping.
maybe the duct is disconnected from the register there or something, and the cold air comes out of the duct and hits the warm air, and some moisture flows out of the warm air. It's a stain. We're picking it up, and then they could further investigate.
Uh-huh.
Stains from something, but just the location that it's in doesn't look like a room that has pipes above it.
Right.
So it looks like it's related to the air conditioning.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have to say that there's a stain on the ceiling, the air conditioner is leaking, or the duct is leaking. We don't have to say that. But we could say there's a stain there. It's near the air conditioning register. Well, that's a likely place to look, but you need somebody to open the sheetrock or go up above in the attic and look down.
Mm-hmm.
But you need an investigation. I don't like when they make the countertop like that. It seems like such a wet area to put a seam,
They did mine like that
Yeah, you see a lot.
when I got the new kitchen. But it's not as obvious.
Right. Some of them are nice and tight.
Yeah.
Better job on you.
You got to really look close to see it
Yeah,
there.
right, yeah. This looks like just this one light is on.
Are they all supposed to be on? How is that
No.
supposed to look?
They're usually on the instrument. It has a mnemonic. It's usually 2 yellow lights
Oh, okay.
that should be on. And
Two.
if it's a yellow and red, it's
2 yellow. Okay.
yeah, it's it'll say reverse polarity,
Mm-hmm.
or low ground. It says right on. Oh, you see here when I see my leg on the toilet, I took that picture. That toilet moves when I push on it with my leg. Whereas I wouldn't take that picture if that toilet wasn't loose to the floor. In other words, what I do is I go
Uh-huh.
and I press my leg against the toilet. If it's solid, doesn't move, I don't take a picture. There's no reason to take a picture. It was fine. But if I take the picture, that means my leg moved that toilet.
Yeah. So just the seat was moving or the whole toilet?
The toilet.
Ah.
floor. No, not just the seat. But that's the only reason that I know. So I probably showed the client, look, this toilet is loose, and that's my key, so that when I'm writing the report, I know what. You know, like sometimes you have a little code to yourself.
Right.
That's mine for that.
A reminder.
Well, I press every toilet with my leg,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't take a picture of every toilet, me doing that.
Right. Well, yeah.
Just the ones that fail.
Mm-hmm.
That looks like a little discoloration in the attic. Yeah. And these rafters look a little, they look like 2 feet apart, not 16 inches. Don't they look a little wide? Sure to me.
Well, I don't know how far they're supposed to be apart.
Well, normally 16 inches.
Mm-hmm.
But when they're 2 feet apart, that it's a cheaper build, you know. Right. I think that's all the pictures I got out of that. But we saw some crummy electric on that house. Right? How many houses have they pulled up?
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the first one. A big electrical problem. So, electric is something that we can get in trouble with. I don't mean I get in trouble with electric. I mean, I have to be diligent because almost everybody's going to picture if you bought a house. How long do you think it'd be before you had an electrician there? Pretty soon, probably. You're going to want something different with the electric than the people that lived in it.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, you probably will. Yeah, there's probably something not up to date or something that you need, or you know, maybe you know, like some GFIs, or maybe there's some extension cords, and you know, you're gonna have an electrician over, and he's gonna say, "You have this house inspected." Yeah, because you're soon after you move in, you're probably not gonna have a carpenter. You know what I mean? Because you're not doing probably renovation. You know, maybe if you did a kitchen over, well, you need an electrician anyhow, right?
Mm-hmm.
But electrician is something that comes a lot of times after you buy a house. Just because maybe even the inspector told you should do this, you should do that, and you conscientiously want to do it, but he picks up other things that your inspector didn't point out to you.
Mm.
So it's a good idea, you're inspecting a house, to assume that shortly thereafter the clients buy the house, electrician's going to be there. So it's just, and then sometimes these trade people have like, did you have this house inspected?
Mm.
You know, good thing I'm here to save your day.
Yeah.
You know, like the homes on homes, so, you know what I mean? Yeah. So people don't mind making you look bad.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not saying anything, but it doesn't look like you had it inspected. I don't want to knock anybody, but think like if I did this inspection, you wouldn't have all these problems.
Mm.
Yeah. So you like to be on the same page.
Right.
You need new service, electrician goes, yeah, he's right. You need new service. You know, you got some wires to fix and across, but yeah, Beck is right. You got some wires, you know. Did he tell you this? Yeah. So it's nice to be thorough and give him everything. And what is Clubhouse Circle? It's like a golf course place, right? Yeah, that's what it is. I think it's a condo on a golf course. Oh. Okay, see, it's fairly modern. They've got plastic pipe coming through here. These are vents for the attic. And then this is, like, let's say this is a chimney for the heating unit. It really is a metal chimney boxed in. Like this isn't a chimney. So, okay, so this is pretty typical condo with text on the back, yeah. That's great. Guess that was a garage. I'm not a fan of putting this, they call OSB board, orientated strand board, because it's made with wood chips and glue.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it in the garage.
It doesn't look good.
It's combustible. We
Oh,
want sheetrock, which is non-combustible.
right.
Yeah, we don't want this.
Hmm.
The fire gets going, and it's glue. It's a solvent,
Mm-hmm.
and then flake board.
Flammable.
Yeah, we don't like it. And we don't mind saying. Now this is grounded. Polarity is correct. See the two yellow lights are on. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
But there's no GFI here. And this garage door doesn't come down a little way. So little nieces could sneak under,
Mm-hmm. No.
get in your stuff, you know, get in your wife's Easter bonnet that you put in the garage, put in a cardboard box, eat the straw, shit all over the box.
Mm-hmm.
So we point that out. That's why that picture is there. The light's coming under. Mice could get under. Put a nice new weather stripping at the bottom of the door to seal it, or fixed a concrete apron there to seal it. See, I took a picture of this spring. There's no cable in the spring. So you know there should be cable there, right? In case that spring breaks,
Right.
slap around,
Mm-hmm.
slap you in the head maybe. Oh, it could really hurt you. It's dangerous. Slap your car. It's a nice vintage Mustang in your garage and spring comes.
Mm-hmm.
Costs $2,000 worth of damage because you didn't have a piece of cable in it.
Right.
So if the spring breaks, the cable goes from here to the other end. A strand of cable.
Mm-hmm.
Spring breaks, it stays on the cable. Yeah. Like I said, we don't like this combustible stuff.
Yeah, those couches could catch on fire. Who would put couches in the garage?
Well, when he's in the doghouse.
Ah! Yeah.
So and usually take a picture of this. And then from here, you can usually see the tonnage. You can see the manufactured date. You could see the type of refrigerant. There's a lot you can get off there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here. Maybe we could blow it up and you could see. Yeah. So we got this serial number. Sometimes it says the manufacturer date. Well, see, I think here it's saying 410A. So this is modern, anyhow. Oh, yeah, see 2000? Right here. It has a month in 2000, right here.
2020.
Oh, 2020. Oh, that's even.
I can see better than you can.
Yeah. I can see the 2020 now. Now, that's not old.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, that's 5-6 years old, and it's using 410 refrigerant. And if you turn it on, you should feel warm air coming out because air conditioning. It's dumping the warm air
Right.
outside.
I know.
So that's a simple thing. Turn on the air conditioner, go outside, put your hand over it. Should be blowing warm.
Mm-hmm.
It's not. And then, like I said, those infrared thermometers, they're $40 or something.
Yeah.
Just point them at the. You ever use them? No, I don't guess.
Yeah, I've tried it.
No, with the solar or anything, show
Mm,
temperature.
no,
No.
not for solar panels.
All right. Anyhow, that's a tool that's really, really, really handy. Air conditioning, heat, anything like that,
Mm-hmm.
even insulation. Well, it doesn't have to be laser. Some they have different types.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, some of them are laser. I don't know if you could put mine on laser. Mine gives you a little spot. You could adjust it. I use it all the time. And that looks like a nice installation. They put it, it's level, they put it on.
Concrete slab.
Now, we don't like this. If this is a dry vent, we don't like plastic dry vents. They're a fire hazard.
Then why were they made? Manufactured.
Well, I think sometimes on fires, they keep data. Oh, the dry vent comes out, plastic dry vent, plastic. So, boy, when I analyze the data, look at this. We don't have these dryer fires where it's a metal,
Yeah.
smooth metal, get the lint out of there. Anything ripped, I don't even like the metal when it's ripped because it's not like a laminar flow. It gets turbulent and gets catchy.
Uh-huh.
We want that when clear. But I'm sure that's why you see a lot of these pictures. Don't take a picture of something that's working perfectly, of a plastic dry vent. And it would put in. See, this is better here, but this is ripped too. I'm not a big fan. I like smooth, right from here to where it terminates. Here's the main trap. I think that Something's draining into here, and then going out the trap, and it's going out to the sewer line.
Not ready.
Like I said, yeah. Hot water heater. Okay, and this is a furnace. This is a warm air furnace, a gas-fired warm air furnace. Here's the vent for it. That was when we looked at the house. We saw the metal chimney come through the roof.
Mm-hmm.
Started here. And then they have air conditioning over the furnace, because here's the condensate line coming out of the evaporator.
The
So
plastic tube.
This is a combination. In other words, the warm air and the air conditioner using the same ducts, and they're using the same fan. It's combined.
Mm-hmm.
So what I do, if it's cold weather, I operate it in the furnace. But let's say it's 90 degrees out and they have the air conditioner on. I don't turn the air conditioner on, turn the furnace on.
Mm-hmm.
Say that it's combined unit, and it was operating in air conditioning. I examined it in air conditioning mode. So I could see that the fan is working. I could see that the ducts are working. I could look at the furnace. I could take the cover off. I could look at the filter. There's a lot I could do, but it's 90 degrees out and I didn't turn the heat on. Because that evaporator
Mm-hmm.
is over the furnace. So that's going down to like 50 degrees or 55 degrees or something. You think I'm going to put like 120 underneath it? No, ain't doing it.
So that's only because it's all in one thing.
Yes, right. If
Normally,
it was separate, then you can do it.
yeah, if it was separate, then you could put the heat on in the summer
You can.
to
a little
test
while.
it. Yeah, just
Yeah.
to test it.
Yes, definitely. But if the air conditioning is above it, you could understand that. I wouldn't want you to do it in my house. With that evaporator
Mm-hmm.
being cold, and you're going to light a fire underneath it? Out of my house.
Mm.
Yeah, but what are you going to go from that evaporator being 55 degrees to be 100 degrees?
Yeah. I didn't know they made them all like that. I mean,
They don't make them all like that.
I didn't know they made them, some of them like that. That
Yeah.
it's all in one piece like that.
Well, it's a furnace, and above the furnace they have a duct. They put the air conditioning evaporator in that duct,
Mm-hmm.
turn off the furnace in that season, and then they use the air conditioning compressor, makes that evaporator cool,
Right.
and then the fan comes on that works for the heating system.
Mm-hmm.
That's wired to come on when that evaporator gets to a certain temperature, and it blows cold air through the house. So could you cut out that air conditioner and just be a furnace? Yeah. That's not the best. It's kind of a little dated now. A lot of times, if you go to a new house now, they'll have the unit looks like that, or a refit or something, where it's all combined, and they use hot water coil from a boiler, and they hook up the boiler to the coil in this box for the heat, and then they hook up the air conditioning to the evaporator. So it's made to be connected to a boiler and air conditioner. This is just the air conditioner being placed on top of it, the evaporator, the indoor unit being placed on top of the furnace. Yeah. Now, a lot of times, say that the fan was running and you take this door off, a lot of times that door has a trip switch that'll shut it off as soon as you take that door off. And sometimes you can take the door off and just hold it so the fan keeps going if you want. But a lot of times what you're looking in there for is it's what they call a high boy. The return air comes in low and usually goes through a filter and then blows out high. So the warm air goes in this plenum here.
Plenum?
Yeah, which is a box for the ducts to be connected to. Yeah. I don't know what I'm pointing at there. Well, it looks like. Who knows? Maybe I just told them. I don't like the way these wires are in here. It doesn't look like they're in. Just looks like they're shoved through the hole, right? Not having a connector there. I don't see a connector. You know what I mean? Just looks like they knocked out the plug and just stuck the wire through it. They shouldn't do that.
There's supposed to be some kind of sealant
Connector. Yes.
connector on the edge of the box.
That's right, because the box is thin sheet metal and the wire comes through, and if the wire vibrates,
It could touch the metal box.
could, yeah. So violation, you're gonna have some, I see, very hard to understand who is the asshole that just comes and puts these wires in like that. No electrician would ever do that. So that's what we contend with. But it's hard to understand. No matter how you know that there should be a connector there. So you go to buy 10 for 3. When you put the wire in, you put the connector in, you tighten it. And it's safe, and what the hell would... I don't see the motivation to do it wrong. Because you didn't want to spend the money on a connector? Or you're putting wires in a box and you're that stupid you don't know it needs a connector? Like, I just don't know how you get from here to... Like, if... I'm fine. My wife doesn't know that you need a connector, but she wouldn't put a wire in. So how do you... Yeah. You're stupid enough not to have a connector, but you're smart enough to think that you could wire a box. Yeah, just... Yeah. And I'm fine. An electrician didn't do this.
Yeah.
So they're allowing somebody, whether it's them or relative or friend, to do shoddy work in their house with the electric. So it's a lot of ignorance going on
Do
here.
you think that's all amateurs or no?
Amateurs, you're right.
Oh, really?
No way it's anything else.
Save money, their friend, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's just...
I don't know what they're doing.
But when you're inspecting houses on Long Island, Stuff like that is all over.
Yeah.
Everybody thinks they're handy dandy. They go to Home Depot. Their friend tells them, yeah, just pull the wire in here, put it here.
Mhm.
I mean, it's all over. It's when I first started inspecting houses, I inspected in the city,
Right. And then
mostly
you did it-
Brooklyn,
Go ahead.
Staten Island, Queens, but mostly Brooklyn.
Hmm.
And the people in Brooklyn don't pretend they're handy. You know what I mean? They don't do shit like that. Could possibly see it in Brooklyn? I couldn't believe when I went to Long Island.
So, I'm a little bit confused. You said they wouldn't dare do that?
Right.
No electrician would ever do this. And
Okay.
where does somebody,
And if it's a client, or whatever, per homeowner, they wouldn't, they're not likely to do it yourself and
yeah, probably this,
pray for the best?
yeah,
Yeah?
but that's in Long Island.
Oh,
Every
yeah, right,
wife wants her husband to
but you Brooklyn,
learn how to do it, or do it.
Yeah, I get
Joe
that part.
next door did it. He'll give you a hand. It's just
Right,
Long Island's loaded with that.
right. But what about the people in Brooklyn? They
don't do it.
The contrast. Well, what do they do instead?
Why is Brooklyn smart enough to not do that?
Because they don't pretend they're handy.
The wives don't ask
They
them
don't
to
have pickup trucks in the driveway.
do it? Yeah.
A lot of them live in apartments. They don't have a garage. They don't have tools. Maybe they own the house. They need something done. They neglect it and don't do it, or they call somebody
Uh-huh.
that's capable of doing it. It just seems the way it is. That's why.
Mm.
I mean, how many? You go to Elliott Avenue in Queens. How many pickup trucks do you see in the driveway? Zero.
No idea.
Zero.
They don't have as much space there.
But they're not into it. They're
Yeah.
not doing it.
Right?
And they're not keeping up with the Joneses. Oh, Peggy got a new kitchen, you better get a new kitchen, well, we can't afford a kitchen. Yeah, but Joe got some cabinets and they put it, they'll give you a hand, they did it. And you end up with shit. They don't have, they might have some Home Depots in Queen, I saw one in St. Albans or something,
Mm. Well, there's
Well,
a
it
home.
was never. Long Island's got Home Depot and Lowe's in every town. You know what I mean? They'll go
Right.
there on the weekend. That's all.
There's home.
Everybody's coming out with their shopping
Do it
carts
yourself.
and
Yeah,
lights and
that's right. Well, there's Home Depot in Brooklyn too.
yes, I know. But they haven't been in Brooklyn that long,
Well, I didn't check when it was built.
Yeah,
But
yeah. That's relatively new.
in Mill Basin.
Any reason for that? Why did that? Why is it?
I think it was always like that in the suburbs.
No. In terms of you said that they weren't in Brooklyn for very long. What changed? Why are they in Brooklyn now?
Probably they're in Brooklyn because they have a lot of money
Oh,
and, they're pushing out
okay.
maybe the local hardware
Right.
stores. But I'll bet you when you go to Home Depot in Brooklyn, there's more contractors there than homeowners.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Or the contractor says to the homeowners, go there and look for a washing machine.
Or they send
I'll
their
install them.
contractors.
You don't have to. In other words, I could go to Home Depot and have them design cabinets and buy cabinets from them and have somebody install them. On Long Island, you can't. Why? You can't install them inside. what do they do on the weekends? They cut their lawn, and they start to do more and more things, and some of them had some good guidance, and some of them don't. But I was shocked when I went to. I think you could walk around Brooklyn all day and you wouldn't see this in the battle. And you had relatives live in the city. Were they handy? Did they do things like this?
Would I do things like that?
No.
Your relatives, whoever lived in there.
Yeah, you didn't have any relatives in Brooklyn, or lived in the city.
Not really. Any relatives were many generations before, and then they moved to the suburbs.
But your father was handy. He wasn't.
Yeah,
He wasn't an asshole like this.
My father was handy.
Yeah. So if he put a wire in a box, he would know that you need something to hold it.
Mm-hmm.
You can go to the hardware store and say, "There's something that holds some wire to the box. You got that?"
He worked on the Apollo, the moon landing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Was an engineer.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
yeah, he was his title was tool designer.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Now they're not making wrenches and so this is very, very different.
Oh yeah. Very precise.
Right.
Using
Yeah.
Instrument.
And very
measurement.
customized
Oh yeah, definitely.
for the people that went up on
They call it tool and die.
tool and die.
Right.
Yeah, I think I heard that term. Yeah. But my father's signature is on the moon
Wow.
because he worked on that project, and the astronauts came in to thank the people that were working on it, and they passed around these scrolls, and they will put their signatures on,
Mm-hmm.
and then they went up to the moon.
That's the way to get
All
your
right.
signature.
Yeah,
on
and they
the
all got a copy of it.
Yeah.
But they, I guess sort of the original or whatever is on the moon.
Mm.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, my father was very handy.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, he went to aviation.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
What does it call it? Aviation school.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was in
Queens.
Brooklyn, wasn't it?
I
Queens?
think it was in Queens.
Could be. And I know it moved also. Since he went there.
Yeah. Your father
But
was older than us, so aviation high school. I think it was by the water.
yeah, I forgot aviation's in the title of the place. Yeah, and they moved
Aviation
but-
vocational high school or
something like that. Yeah,
Yeah, I remember it.
yeah. And he wanted to be a pilot.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Right.
and then when he volunteered in World War II.
Right.
He had a hernia. They said you can't be in the, okay. So he got the hernia fixed, and then he went back. And they said, okay. So, what do you want to do? And he says he wants to fly an airplane.
Was he in the Air Force or the Army?
He was in the Air Force.
Okay.
Okay. And but we need bombardiers. They kept saying, okay. And so he said, I want to, fly the airplanes. Oh, we need, and they said it over and over again.
You ain't gonna be a
And
pilot.
and then, in retrospect, way after that, okay, he said to me, he told my family, he didn't talk much about his time in there, but when he was elderly, he did. Okay, so his mindset is, he says, like, why don't you want to be a bombardier? So he says, there's no future in it. War's over. What the heck does a bombardier do?
Drop the bombs.
Drop bombs. you know, hopefully you didn't, we shouldn't be bombing, you know,
Well,
whatever.
that wasn't.
Well, yeah, but it wasn't the big one. The big one
I
is
think
the,
I had enough.
Mm.
yeah, let's not talk about that now. God. But anyway, yeah, I'm sorry to interject that.
No, it's okay.
But isn't he just a wealth of information?
Sure.
That's the right answer.
If you could stay.
I mean, just coming to the few classes that you've attended,
Mm.
I'm sure you learned a lot. You,
Look at
Wheels
these
are turning.
stairs. No handrails.
no handrails.
Bed. So if somebody buys a house, you don't mention it. They trip. Somebody leaves shoes on
You don't
the
mention
toy
about
on the stairs.
no
They
handrails.
fall down.
Oh God,
And naturally they wouldn't live
That's
There was
that's
the
a
handrail,
disaster.
and you didn't tell them.
Yeah. Oh,
Put
how
in a
could you
handrail.
sleep? You know, after that. Yeah. Yeah.
And it
You have
doesn't
to-
matter how nice the person is that you're going around with.
Mhm.
You don't know their wife. You don't know their mother-in-law.
And their visitors.
You don't know their brother-in-law that's a lawyer. I mean, they could all be pricks. Just put it in the report. It's so nice sometimes to say,
I'm sure that saved a lot of
Look
lives.
at page 7. I mentioned that you should put handrails for safety. I was more worried about your mother than you were.
Mhm.
Your no, just it's there. Kind of told her, oh, we didn't read it well.
Sure.
It's okay. Words. It's almost like it's not so much that I'm covering my ass. They can't get me. They paid me to tell them this information
Yeah.
to save that from happening.
Yeah.
So I don't do my job unless I cover my ass.
Right.
I cover my ass, I cover my client's ass.
Huh?
My client
Take
doesn't own the house.
responsibility.
I don't own the house. But before I did, or if I took it over, I put up handrails when I told you to put it.
Mhm.
Mm.
But it doesn't really matter how you say it.
Mm.
Notice there's no handrails. Put a picture, put an arrow, no handrails. Somebody doesn't even put a picture and says no handrails on it. It doesn't matter how you store it, you noticed it, you informed them, you put it in writing.
Yeah, you can either have you
Now,
can
they
either
didn't
force
pick
the
it up.
water, right? But they gotta drink.
They didn't pick it up, and you do feel bad. Yeah, I mean, if something happened to them. Yeah, I had a kid that he needed air condition work, but I told him. I didn't say it. It's right there.
Yeah.
I was in your class, and in Huntington, we called up. The class was there, and I answered the phone, and I said, well, hang on. I opened up the report, I pulled up the report, and I saw it. And I said, I told you to get in. The whole report, I told him everything, I missed that. I still felt bad.
Yeah.
You don't want to be a part of anything. So, you know what I mean? Just the people buy the house and live happily ever after. That's what you want.
Mm.
And if something goes wrong, don't call me.
But Like, I don't know. All these things are simple things. That's simple, right? But you have to be conscientious. Make sure that they're all there. And it's any person of any IQ could see that there's no handrails. You know what I mean? Didn't take, lots of brilliance and years of study to be able to notice there's no handrail. But you have to notice it and put it in the report.
Mm.
So a lot of it comes down to simple observations, rub in a little bit of knowledge. Yeah, not a lot. I think you have to be paranoid.
Mm-hmm.
That's what keeps you. I don't want to miss anything. Look at it this way, look at it that way. So, what could I be missing here? What could go wrong?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nice filter for the air conditioning. Yeah, nice and clean.
Yeah.
That's a bathroom. This looks pretty decent here. Now, I'm on the stairs, obviously, going up the second floor. There's a condo.
It's a high ceiling.
I'm on the stairs going up to the second.
Well, yeah, but
Yes. Oh, you're right. We're not particularly thrilled with high ceilings.
why?
Because,
Cause a problem?
no, the heat. It's a heat sink.
Yeah, the heat goes all the way to the top,
That's up there.
and then nobody can feel it.
Yeah, and then you put more heat. Goes up there, put more heat. By the time it gets stacked all the way down to here, you waste a lot of money.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we don't like it.
Mm.
Yeah, these big rooms. I don't want any part of it. Even these real high ceiling, like 10 foot or something like that. Maybe a 9-foot ceiling. It's enough.
Yeah.
Maybe 8 might be a little too low. I don't know.
Mm.
But 9 might limit. These are the mic account.
The
I like
fake
them.
one.
I like the Formica, but I don't think my wife would let me have them.
Why? She wants the real granite?
Well, that's what she has.
Hmm.
Boy, I remember.
But there's no way I'm gonna
came
do a
out,
kitchen over my house and put Formica.
that was very popular in like the 50s and 60s,
I
right?
fucking like it. I put it in my summer home. My friend built it. He had a guy played golf with. He was carpenter.
Is it still pretty
He
durable?
passed away.
Sure.
Yeah, it's great.
Lasts forever.
It's great. He built it in his garage.
Wow.
I put it in my truck and drove it upstate. And somebody helped me put it right on top of the cabinet. I get in the drawing of the cabinets. And he built it. It's perfect.
It's got wood inside, right?
Yeah.
And it's
yeah.
like
he
plastic
built it on
glass.
plywood because he built it himself. It's not Home Depot's probably on the OSB or flake board or something, But he built it in his garage on plywood.
Uh-huh.
So, no, it's really good. You wipe it wipes clean.
We had it for like 30 years
Of
before we
course.
redid the kitchen.
Yeah.
Eventually, some of it was starting to peel apart.
Yeah, it could be, but
Yeah. And the
But
wood.
like I said, my friend did it. It's a little bit probably better quality than some mass manufacturing,
Whatever. It
Yeah.
lasts a very long time.
Oh yeah. And I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't getting it. Not allowed. I don't know. There's more sheetrock. Huh? And these are trusses. See, this is truss construction. See the little nail plates here?
Now, why is it coming apart? There's
This?
a big hole in the wall.
This?
Yeah. Why is it just falling apart right there?
Because when they cut the hole from outside to put the louver in for the vent, it got damaged inside. Yeah. They cut it.
Yeah, it
And it's
was.
torn. And it looks okay. Thing, yeah.
Maybe it wasn't an even cut, and they didn't seal it up right.
Um,
No harm.
we have 5 more minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what I want to do, even though we're just a small
Yes.
group, what stands out in your mind? What some things that are that you never knew before, or something that's going to stick with you. And also I want to have Jose,
Right.
you do some talking.
Yeah.
Jose, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. Have you been following this?
Yes.
Okay, great, because we can't see you. But all right, so you're on. So what did you learn? What stuck out in your mind?
Just a lot of obviously bouncing off from electrical and just general defects throughout the inspection processes. Just covering yourself and just pointing out the issues and just a lot of things that are you just take your time and look and observe what should be there and what shouldn't be there. These things stand right out at you. And documenting it, pointing it out to your clients, and putting it on paper. I think it's important.
Right.
And just it's like we work for our clients, right? And I think Ed was saying it before, like we're here for them. We point it out, we put it there, advise them and give them the information that they need so they can make their decisions.
How long have you been doing your home inspections?
8 years.
What's that?
8 years.
8 years?
Yeah.
Okay.
But what you're saying, we see these defects. If you're at a house and you see a lot of electrical defects, then they need an electrician because this is what I'm seeing. A lot of the electric is behind the wall. What am I not seeing?
Right.
So I never try and intimate to the customers or anybody else that these electrical defects that I saw are the only defects.
Huh. I'm sure that's about the last thing you'd ever say.
Right.
You gotta let them know, especially if these are the things that are visible and then there's been recent renovations. They just redid the basement, right?
Yeah.
They just finished the basement and you're finding obvious defects at the panel with newer wiring.
Right.
And obviously you can only imagine what's behind the walls.
That's right.
That's the kind of what
So sometimes if I have a lot of electrical defects, say conduits outside, so defects in the panel, defects in the crawl space, defects in the attic, I tell them, have an electrician look at the wiring in this house. In other words, I'm seeing enough that you really need an estimate on this house.
And another thing you're pointing out, you're talking about pointing out things like right now you're touching base on water today as well.
Oh,
it's I do a lot of word of mouth. Like my marketing is all self-promoting, and I don't do any marketing. It's all just business built up over the years off my reputation, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people that I know that I'm friends with, or my friends are friends with. So it's a lot of known people, right? So that's the scariest thing is water damage in basements, So I always make it a point to point out in the basement. I'm like, look, right now there's no water damage. Right now. There's no visible staining. There's nothing that indicates water damage. But water finds the path of least resistance, and that path changes from time to time over the years.
Sure.
That doesn't mean that in a year or two you may potentially not get you may get water in your basement. I'm not saying you will. As a friend and as somebody I don't want you calling me back in a year and be like, oh, Jose, I'm getting water. That's just the inherent risk of having a house with a basement. Today there's no water. There's no evidence of any water. There's no staining at a baseboard. There's nothing indicating that there's a water damage or there's past water damage. So, that's what we could base it on. What the future holds. And then at the same token, I give them the advice of extending the gutters away from the home and maintaining them clean and the grade of the property and stuff like that. Give them home ownership advice so they could kind of protect themselves.
Yeah. That's the best form of marketing.
Yep.
Watching out for your clients and making sure that they understand what you're finding and why you're telling them about certain things and whatever. Yeah. Okay. Do you have some last words?
Oh yeah. I really like the way I asked about why the metal. Just turn that off. Forget it.
The on cable, the VX.
Yeah. What's the big difference and why it's more safe? So we were sitting here looking it up, and you said that the mice could chew through the plastic cable, and that way it removes the protection, but they can't really chew through the metal protection. And it's
I inspect houses on Long Island. I don't see a lot of chewed up wires.
uh-huh.
I do not. No. Has it happened? Yes.
Even with the Romex?
Right. I don't see a lot of chewed up.
Right.
But maybe there's not a lot of mice in the house either.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure.
But in the city's got rats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right.
That's a whole another thing. Yeah.
And it's a fire hazard too.
Yes.
Well,
Now I don't
because they can
consider it.
melt.
I have Romex in my house. I don't consider it a fire hazard at
You're
all.
muted. I can't hear anything you're saying.
Yeah, I was. I muted. But we were talking about Romex.
Yeah.
So on Long Island, I don't see a lot of problems with Romex, and I don't see it. Bad wires being eaten by mice and squirrels. It's not like I've never seen it in my life. I have, and I have seen it on Long Island, but it's not really prevalent. So I think people are pretty conscientious. If they see mice, they get right on it.
Yeah.
They don't get infestation. But in the city, you could have
There's a
rat
lot.
infestation.
Mhm.
And they knock down the building next door, rats come out. So, but not a PVC is kind of dangerous in a fire because the plastics give off toxic
Mhm.
fumes.
Films, yeah.
Yeah, and smoke. So it's toxic and it can hurt you. But like in my house, I would consider, like, if I had a fire in my house, not much wiring. If all the wiring in my house went on fire, it's not that much. Most of it's behind walls anyhow. By the time that would go on fire, the sheetrock's gonna save that. So, but like I said, in a large building, a high-rise building or something, you can't have any PVC waste pipes in a high-rise building for the same reason.
So what would they make it out of?
Cast iron.
But those crack.
Okay, doesn't give off fumes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So
That's a long time.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So right now they're putting a lot more plastic pipes in the smaller homes.
Yeah, and that's okay.
to replace the iron pipes,
Yeah.
but you could never do that in the bigger buildings. Amazing.
Well, that's a lot of pipe.
Yeah.
I mean, suppose you got 170 apartments. You know what I mean? That's a lot of plastic. Versus my house, that's got one kitchen, you know?
Mm-hmm.
All right, Jose, I'm gonna sign off. Thanks.
Sounds good, Bill.
Yeah,
So I'm gonna, I want to send in my paperwork as soon as possible. I'll put it in the mail for you tomorrow.
Okay, that's
I just gonna need those L numbers for the class, for the 4 past classes.
yeah, I sent it to you. You didn't get it?
I think you're muted, I can't hear you.
Oh, okay, wait. Go ahead, Bill, tell them you could talk through mine.
No,
Okay, there you go, now I can hear you.
Didn't I send you that?
No, I never got the L numbers for the classes.
Okay, I'll send it, maybe because I sent it to somebody else, okay. All right,
Okay,
I'll get it to you.
please, I appreciate it. I need to get that sent into the state as soon as possible. You know my situation.
Yes, absolutely. And
Okay,
make sure.
and I'll put a check in that same email. Just give me put where you want me to send a check to and the name, and I'll send it out.
Okay, good,
All right.
sure.
Thank you guys very much for these classes. Okay. Thank you, Ed.
You're welcome, Jose.
All right.
Thank you. Okay.
All right. Have a good night.
Where sent it to? Yes. That's your initials, huh?
That's right.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. So you're on the 22nd, right?
Yeah, so far.
So far. Don't go too far.
Better have a plan B.
Plan B. Oh, God.
I got more on my phone now than I did when I came in.
Yeah.
But thanks for the offer his storage back to charge my phone.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's great.
Stores like a
That's-
billion
That's
pictures.
the worst. Making them smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
When you need a microscope to see the. Okay. Thanks. I'm gonna send this to him before.
Before you forget.
They don't send something to him. They sent the evaluation form. All right.
Well, looks like Ben's going all the way, huh?
Yeah,
All right. Good for him.
yeah, certainly
Okay.
very interested.
Yeah, good.
Just talking about you. Most of it's good, don't worry.
Talking about me?
Except for the
Yeah.
bad part. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. Pleasure. Okay, thanks, Bill. Thanks for the Chinese dinner.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was good.
Can you help me? This is very minor.
Uh-huh.
So this is the list of the classes, okay, the courses.
Okay.
And so I'm gonna send it to, what's his name?
Jose?
Jose. So what I kind of did it backwards. I opened up a message to him, but I didn't connect it, so how do I do that? That's the simplest way to do that. In other words,
You want to copy and paste everything here? You want to
Um,
save it? The best way to do a Word document is to save it and then attach it.
it's saved.
Okay. then where is it saved? You want to email it, right?
Yeah, to, Jose.
This is it? Form 1?
No,
No.
no, it's, approved,
Where did you say the documents?
yeah. Approved, courses.
And where is that?
I don't know, somewhere in there.
All right. Well, we could do search.
I know, I kind of give you a little bit of a challenge, huh? 'Cause yeah,
COURSS.
says approved courses, say.
July schedule.
Oh, it doesn't change the courses so much. So, yeah, let me open that up. I want to make sure it's the right thing.
Well, I don't usually do this. This. That's what appeared.
Yeah,
That's what we added to the email.
yeah, no, but it's, scroll up
This is the top.
or, oh, here, see,
Mm-hmm.
okay, now those should be, those, yeah. That's the same thing, it's just a different format. These are all the courses, the approved courses. Okay. I know there was it's in there in an easier way. But you could just cut and paste if you want to do that.
Paste
I
from the
just
other.
want to make sure that, okay. Yeah, because I revised that.
You know what you could do?
Here it
You
is.
could
This
select
is it.
all over here. Where are we? Here.
Okay. Good, start putting some things away.
Now we could do like this. There you go.
Okay. I did,
I copy and paste.
okay, so then I can, okay.